Chapter 1346. The four Grotto Heaven realm assassins all had their own special martial souls and Grotto Heaven domains. One of them turned into a dark raindrop and suddenly approached. One of them turned into a pitch-black curtain of night and merged with nature. One of them quietly launched a long-range attack. One of them approached at an extremely fast speed, as if he could teleport. The cooperation of these four people was really strong. Even Ling Xiao was in trouble. He judged that it was impossible to dodge all the attacks this time. After careful consideration, he quickly stabbed out with his sword. Blood splashed into the rain and dyed the soil red. The assassin who seemed to be able to teleport was stabbed to death by Ling Xiao's sword. It was as if the assassin deliberately bumped into his sharp blade. Of course, he also paid a price for this. He was stabbed in the chest, and the venom seeped into his body. He instantly felt numb. Then he was slashed in the arm. Fortunately, the blood flowing in his body was a mixture of human blood and ancient golden dragon blood. It was a venom that could devour everything. A moment later, he returned to normal and dodged the final fatal blow. One killed, one was seriously injured, and one was lightly injured. It was worth it. Ling Xiao swallowed a healing pill. For him, healing pills were never a problem. The remaining three assassins hid in the darkness again. Although the sneak attack was successful, they lost one of them. However, they only injured Ling Xiao. Such a sneak attack was really not worth it. Ling Xiao still stood there expressionlessly, allowing the healing pill to spread in his body. The bleeding from the wound had stopped. A smile appeared on his face. Although he was injured, he had a feeling that he was about to break free from that strange state. He's about to die, but the three of us won't be able to win. We have to call for reinforcements. In the dark, the three assassins anxiously discussed. Agreed. I agreed too. Two of the five Grotto Heaven realm silver card assassins had died, but only Ling Xiao was seriously injured. This made them lose their confidence. The person who hired them once said that if they needed help, they could blow the whistle in their hands. As for cannon fodder, they could have as many as they wanted. There was only one goal, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. The sound of the rain did not cover the clear whistle. The whistle sounded like the cry of an owl, but it was different. Others might not be able to hear it, but the person who made the whistle could hear it clearly. Ling Xiao did not move. He was healing, but he was also waiting. He needed more stimulation. The more enemies, the better. This rainy night might be the best day for the enemy to kill him. But to him, it was a great opportunity to break through the cage and stabilize his cultivation. It did not take long. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe a quarter of an hour. On the barren mountain, the black mass of people appeared like ants. Everyone was wearing a bamboo hat. Raindrops fell on their bamboo hats, making hard sounds. Ling Xiao noticed that these people had the word prisoner tattooed on their faces. They were prisoners, and they were all prisoners on death row. In the Divine Phoenix capital, there were not many people who had the right to mobilize prisoners on death row. They were still the 8 great clans and the Righteous Alliance. Now, he could basically confirm that these people who had ambushed him today were definitely the work of the 8 great clans or the Righteous Alliance. But how could these idiots have imagined that not only would this assassination attempt fail to kill Ling Xiao, it might even help Ling Xiao? This rainy night was filled with killing intent. This was danger, but it was also an opportunity. Kill! Someone in the crowd shouted, and the crowd that covered the mountains and plains rushed over to kill. The strength of these prisoners was uneven, but they were basically all celestial realm martial artists. One could say that they had come to throw away their lives. Anyone who could survive this battle would have their status as a prisoner on death row revoked. Ling Xiao did not need to think to guess at this promise. In order to live, they had come to throw away their lives. It sounded very contradictory, but for these prisoners, this was their only chance. Should he sympathize with them? Ling Xiao did not have such thoughts as bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. He would kill anyone who came to kill him. This principle was very simple, but not just anyone could accept it. However, this was how Ling Xiao had walked all the way. The dark sword domain finally revealed its divine might. Terrifying sword images, combined with the protection of the darkness, transformed into murderous gods. Nearby, Feng Yinshan's guards stared in shock at all this. The order that the crown prince had given them was not to help Feng Yanran save Ling Xiao. After all, they did not have that ability. The hidden mountain crown prince's order was very simple. There was only one sentence: see Ling Xiao's strength clearly. In this world, probably only Feng Yinshan regarded Ling Xiao as a potential opponent and ally. Thus, Feng Yinshan needed to understand everything about Ling Xiao, including his progress and potential. Even though Feng Yinshan had personally witnessed Ling Xiao's battle, at that time, Ling Xiao had not been at his peak, so there was no point in using Ling Xiao as a reference. Tonight, in such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiao could erupt with his full strength. Thus, these guards opened their eyes wide, not willing to miss any detail. Even though Ling Xiao's performance was already enough to shock them, but perhaps there would be an even more exciting situation to unfold. Light sword domain. Before the dark sword domain was dispelled, Ling Xiao had actually used another sword domain at the same time. One black and one white. One bright and one dark. They complemented each other and were rather shocking. But what was most shocking was the power of these two sword domains. The martial artists in the light sword domain were burned by raging flames. Every sword chi was a sword chi strengthened by high temperature. The martial artists in the dark sword domain were simply unable to grasp the direction and position of the sword chi, let alone its trajectory. They could not even block it before they were pierced. Double Paradise domain. How is this possible? Feng Yanran had read so many books, but she had never heard of anyone who could use more than 2 paradise domains at the same time. Even if one had multiple paradise domains, they could only use one of them. But for someone like Ling Xiao, she had only seen this once. Under the terrifying double sword domain, the prisoners on death row all over the mountains and plains seemed to be fighting to be the first to die. They were completely unable to get close to Ling Xiao and had already become ghosts under the sword. They did not even know how they died. The 3 assassins in the first paradise realm were extremely gloomy. They were very glad that they had made such a wise decision. If they were to face Ling Xiao's double sword domain, they would most likely be injured or killed. Now, after these cannon fodders had worn down Ling Xiao's spirit, it would be easier to kill him. 100 meters away, the second Paradise Realm martial artist who was ready to attack looked even more gloomy. He was none other than the 9th brother of Phoenix, Cry Cliff Mountain, Phoenix Cry Heishan. When he heard that his younger brother had been chased out of the Heaven Essence Pagoda, his anger was indescribable. So, he did not tell anyone about this matter, but secretly laid an ambush here, ready to take Ling Xiao's life. Chapter 1347. Phoenix Cry Heishan wanted to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. But the reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because after witnessing the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Shidao, he knew that he was definitely not Ling Xiao's match. He was waiting for the best opportunity. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his imagination. Therefore, such a person had to die. Otherwise, in the future, he would really become a huge disaster for Divine Phoenix Empire. Kill, kill, kill. As if they had gone crazy. Even though the death row prisoners had been injured countless times by the dual sword domain, they still didn't fear death, because they had to do so. If they didn't do so, they would definitely die, and they would have to endure torture for the rest of their lives. Attacking Ling Xiao might lead to death, but there was still a chance of survival. If they could survive, then there would be light. However, Ling Xiao quickly tore apart their delusions. The dual sword domain gradually contracted, and then completely merged into one. Light Shadow's seventh profound killing move, Sun-Moon Sword Domain. In the pitch-black night, a scarlet sun and a bright moon actually lit up. Resplendent rays of light hung above Ling Xiao's head, and then exploded outwards. If it was only sword chi, there would definitely be gaps that could be dodged. But when the sword chi was as dense as sunlight and moonlight, there was no longer any possibility of dodging. This Sun-Moon Sword Domain, which was formed from the fusion of the Light Sword Domain and the Darkness Sword Domain, although the consumption was huge, its power definitely wouldn't disappoint. In just an instant, all the death row prisoners who entered the range of the Sun-Moon Sword Domain were killed. There wasn't even a complete corpse. All of them turned into a pool of blood, and those who were alive were directly evaporated. The death row prisoners were trembling. They stopped in their tracks. They weren't truly fearless of death, but because they saw the hope of survival. But at this moment, the hope of survival was forcefully extinguished by Ling Xiao. Once they entered Ling Xiao's Sun-Moon Sword Domain, there was no chance of survival. Use the soul-hooking chains. In the crowd, someone shouted. The eyes of the death row prisoners suddenly lit up. Throwing away the weapons in their hands, they actually threw out long chains at the same time. These chains were made of special materials and had inscriptions engraved on them. Only a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist could break them. Moreover, even a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist would have to expend a great deal of effort to sever one. But now, there were tens of thousands of chains. They were densely packed like a spider web. There were simply too many chains, and they were also incomparably tough. The Sun-Moon Sword Domain was unable to break them at all. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword domain and used his movement technique to avoid the countless chains. But in the end, he was still caught by a chain. If there was a first rule, there would be a second one. In just a moment, the IOU chain had wrapped Ling Xiao tightly. Not only did it wrap around his body, but it also wrapped around his limbs and head. 5 horses dismemberment. Someone gave another order. The prisoners on death row began to exert force in 5 different directions, attempting to dismember Ling Xiao on the spot. Feng Yanran was so nervous that she covered her eyes. She couldn't bear to see the next scene. The Moon Maiden had already condensed her technique and was ready to release it at any moment. At this moment, Ling Xiao had fallen into a dangerous situation. It's time. The 3 silver medal assassins made their move. In such a situation, Ling Xiao's limbs couldn't move, and his head couldn't move either. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any ability to threaten them. Toxic bite. 1,000 spiders, 1,000 poisonous hands. Shadow venomous dragon stab. The 3 of them, 3 Grotto Heaven realm assassins, attacked Ling Xiao's vital points at the same time. Even though Ling Xiao had completely lost his ability to move, they still didn't dare to underestimate him. They still had to go all out. With their domain origin energy, combined with the terrifying power of their martial souls, the 3 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists released a suffocating attack. The 3 attacks all contained toxic poison. No matter which attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, it would cause Ling Xiao to be poisoned. Even if Ling Xiao could neutralize the poison in a moment, he would still be weakened for a moment. If things didn't go well, he would really be dismembered. Wherever the terrifying attacks passed, the weeds on the ground would quickly wither. Even the nearby trees showed signs of withering. It was enough to show how terrifying the poison was, and how terrifying the aura was. Come. Ling Xiao's eyes didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and they were filled with an absolute fighting spirit. The ninth profound of light, child of light. The ninth profound of shadow, child of shadow. All of a sudden, a strange scene appeared. A glowing, humanoid figure appeared on the right side of Ling Xiao. It looked a little like Ling Xiao, but it couldn't be seen clearly because it was completely composed of light. A humanoid figure formed from shadows appeared on the left side of Ling Xiao. It still looked a lot like Ling Xiao, but it still couldn't be seen clearly because it was purely a shadow. This was the ninth profound of light that Ling Xiao had comprehended from the shadow clone art that he had cultivated in the past. However, it also incorporated Ling Xiao's comprehension of the primordial spirit remnant scroll. At this moment, his soul turned into two and fused into the two humanoid figures. They were even more powerful than ordinary clones. Puchi, the child of light's hand, suddenly elongated and pierced through the centipede's body. The terrifying heat caused the killer to scream miserably as his body rapidly melted. The child of shadow instantly drilled into the spider's body, and then the spider actually slapped its own chest. The poison instantly spread, and it died on the spot. In the end, only the venomous snake was left. Frightened by the terrifying situation on both sides, the venomous snake's movements also slowed down for a moment. However, this short moment could change many things. Although Ling Xiao couldn't move, his body was wrapped in a layer of black and white glowing armor. The first profound of light and shadow armor. Although the venomous snake's attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, it was completely neutralized by the light and shadow armor. The child of light and the child of shadow began their massacre. The chains broke inch by inch, and countless prisoners on death row were killed. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be happy in the slightest. In fact, he was now in the most dangerous situation of the day. The guy who had been lurking in the distance finally made his move. This person was obviously not an assassin and didn't have the tricks of an assassin, but he seemed to be very good at sneak attacks. The cold, murderous aura penetrated Ling Xiao's internal organs, causing Ling Xiao's entire body to feel a huge chill. Moreover, the timing of this attack was too good. After the venomous snake's attack, his light and shadow armor was in a weakened state, and the child of light and the child of shadow were slaughtering the prisoners on death row far away from him. Ling Xiao thought that no matter who this person was, he was probably someone who liked to use sneak attacks to deal with the enemy. What a despicable way to kill people. But this is the Jianghu. This is the mystic world. Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the other party's actions. Even if you hated despicable methods, you had to admit that many times despicable methods were the best way to kill people in the Jianghu. The smarter the person, the more despicable their methods seemed. Chapter 1348. At this time, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to comment on whether the sneak attacker was shameless or despicable. He could feel that although the other party did not have a weapon in his hand was sharper than any divine-grade artifact. A martial artist at the second Grotto Heaven realm would not be too weak. This hand had already pierced through his light shadow battle armor, and it was only a hair away from completely piercing through his body. Although his body's defense was incomparably strong, the other party's attack was obviously stronger. The fifth shadow profound, shadow body. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body became illusory, turning into a complete shadow. After comprehending the light shadow profound to the 10th step, his development could be considered quite comprehensive. Although the shadow body did not have any offensive power, it was definitely an excellent life-saving move at a critical moment. Damn it! The sneak attacker knew that he was in trouble and turned to leave. However, how could Ling Xiao let him leave just like that? A shadow stretched out from the ground and instantly wrapped around the other party's legs. And then the Son of Light arrived. The Son of Light and the Son of Shadow worked together to control this person. After escaping, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised to find that the hazy state had broken through a crack, showing signs of completely escaping. He did not intend to waste any more time. The Tai Chi eye rotated. Heaven-burning eye. Raging flames burned the sky, and scarlet flames covered the mountains and plains. The death row prisoners wailed and cried in the flames, emitting a charred smell. Feng Yanran and Feng Yinshan's guards were trembling all over. Ling Zhao's method was absolutely demonic, to directly burn tens of thousands of death row prisoners to death. This was really too terrifying, but they could understand Ling Xiao. Being besieged by these people, if he did not do this, there would probably be a second or third time similar situations. Seeing that the situation was not good, the poisonous snake also escaped into the darkness, preparing to escape. The assassin did not really want to die, but in the end, he knew that he could not complete the mission. Unfortunately, he wanted to leave, but Ling Xiao would not let him go. A hand pulled the poisonous snake out of the night rain. "How did you find me?" Never in his wildest dreams did Viper imagine that his domain evasion technique could not escape Ling Xiao's eyes. "Idiot, I've been monitoring your every move. Otherwise, how do you think I could block your attacks so easily?" Ling Xiao looked at the assassin with disdain, and then asked coldly, "Tell me the person behind you, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, just wait to be burned alive." Since the Dark God Hall had taken action, someone must have bribed these assassins. After all, he did not have any grudges with the Dark God Hall. Ling Xiao would never wrong a good person, but he would never let go of anyone who tried to kill him. Therefore, he had to know the answer. The people who had hired these assassins probably never dreamed that such a powerful assassination lineup would not only fail to kill Ling Xiao, but also fail to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond many people's expectations. Even the Moon Maiden, who was closest to Ling Xiao, was very surprised. The second Grotto Heaven realm martial artist could not even withstand one move from Ling Xiao. Just how strong was he? Viper smiled coldly. "There are no cowards in the Dark God Hall. If you want to kill, then kill. Why waste your breath? We will never expose the information of our guests." "Is that so?" Ling Xiao grinned, revealing a sinister smile. "After tonight, you should know what kind of person I am. I am a person who will not rest until I kill my enemies. You don't have to say it, but tomorrow I will bring people to destroy your 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix Branch Hall. Of course, you may not care about this, but you should have a family. Even if you don't have a family, you should have a woman you love, right? I will investigate and take good care of them for you. You beast." Viper was terrified. His originally calm expression became incomparably angry and flustered. "That's right, I am a beast. But this was forced by you people. If you tell me who is behind this, then I will not touch your family or woman. I, Ling Xiao, have always kept my promise." At this time, Ling Xiao's expression was extremely sinister. He was like a great villain in some storytellers. That was because Ling Xiao knew that evil people would be dealt with by evil people. If he was too kind, this guy would definitely not cooperate. "I will speak. Assassins could disregard their own lives, but in the depths of their hearts, there would definitely be things they treasured." Ling Xiao had grasped the assassin's weakness. It was that simple. "Speak. Who is behind this?" Ling Xiao simply let go of his hand, allowing the assassin to speak properly. However, the assassin did not dare to escape, because he knew that since Ling Xiao dared to let him go, it meant that he had enough confidence to instantly subdue him. Now, any action of his could possibly affect the softest part of his heart. The assassin let out a long sigh, his body completely relaxed. When a man was about to die, his words were kind. Even if he was an assassin who had committed all kinds of crimes. I am indeed not clear on who sent us, but I know that a young man is involved. After letting go of his so-called professional integrity, the assassin spoke much more easily. Who is that young man? Ling Xiao knew that the assassin was speaking the truth. Normally, old foxes would not easily expose themselves when hiring assassins, because if the assassination failed, they could be sought for revenge. Only a few overly proud youngsters would overlook this danger and expose their identity. Righteous Alliance's Jia Tianfeng. After a moment of silence, the assassin said a name. Then, he said, I have already said everything that needs to be said. You can kill me, but please don't harm my family. Don't worry. I naturally won't harm your family, because I am not as despicable as you, but your 5 Poison Hall branch in Divine Phoenix Empire can be destroyed. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Why? We were only paid to help. Don't tell me you want to offend the entire Dark God Palace. The assassin did not understand why Ling Xiao was like this. It's very simple. I am only taking revenge. I will let all the assassins in this world know that I, Ling Xiao, and my people are not to be touched. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then a cold light pierced through the air, and the assassin's throat was completely pierced. Since you are already dead, you don't need to care about what happens next. After killing Poison Snake, Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the young warrior, who was being controlled by the Child of Light and Child of Shadow. He asked faintly, You are not with them. Who are you? That young man chose to remain silent. I know him. He is Phoenix Cry Heishan, the 9th son of Emperor Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. Feng, Yinren suddenly said. Son of Emperor? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Phoenix Cry Heishan, was it your father who sent you to kill me? Speak the truth, and I can let you live. Otherwise, you will end up like them. Chapter 1349. Are you really willing to let me go? Phoenix Cry Heishan's face was filled with joy. After all, he was not an assassin and did not have the habit of committing suicide. If he could live, he naturally did not want to die. Of course, the prerequisite is that you speak the truth. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Speaking of which, although you ambushed me, you did not injure me. I also do not want to form a death grudge with the monarch because of you. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a big gray wolf. He revealed a gentle smile, but in reality, he had already opened his bloody mouth. Fine, I'll tell you. I ambushed you because you chased away my brother Phoenix Cry Yashan from the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. It was not permitted by my father, and he did not even know about this matter. Phoenix Cry Heishan replied, You're lying. Ling Zhao's face suddenly became gloomy. No, I'm not lying. Phoenix Cry Heishan shook his head. Since you're lying, then don't blame me. Today you can only die here. Ling Xiao said indifferently, You can't kill me. I'm the son of the monarch, and I'm speaking the truth. My father does not know about this matter. Phoenix Cry Heishan shook his head. The shield of the monarch's son cannot stop me from killing you. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Speak the truth. Ling Xiao said coldly, Ha ha, you despicable and shameless Ling Xiao. I understand now. You did not want to hear the truth. You only want me to frame my father. Don't even think about it. Phoenix Cry Heishan suddenly laughed. Ling Xiao lightly sighed. Such a filial child. But do you know, at this moment, your father is standing there, watching you being captured by me. Even if I kill you, he will not come out. He knows that you want to kill me. He even tacitly agreed. You should understand your father the most. Do you think you can hide everything from his eyes? He wants you to die. If I kill you, he can find the big shots of the Ice Phoenix clan to deal with me. Don't you understand? I really pity you. I really don't want to kill you, but unfortunately, you're too stupid. No, you're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Although Phoenix Cry Heishan was shouting, he knew that Ling Zhao's words were not wrong. His father was aware of his every move. He didn't know if his father was standing there, but his father had definitely tacitly approved of his sneak attack on Ling Xiao today. Ling Xiao wasn't wrong about this, but he didn't want to admit that his father was actually going to watch him get killed without doing anything. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Phoenix Cry, immeasurable, you sent him to his death. As a father, you are truly despicable. However, I have to kill him because he didn't tell the truth. Moreover, he almost killed me. According to my personality, I won't let him go. Ling Xiao said indifferently, do you believe that even if I kill him, you won't be able to do anything to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked with his sword. Phoenix Cry Heishan disappeared. His entire person seemed to have disappeared from this space-time, just like the blood skull back then. In the distance, a terrifying killing intent spread over. A cold voice said, Ling Xiao, you have the protection of a moon maiden now. I indeed can't touch you, but do you really think that a moon maiden will allow you to do whatever you want? You killed my son today and have already angered the upper echelons of the Ice Phoenix clan. Our protectors will begin to take action. Their strength isn't something a moon maiden can fight against. Just wait and see. That voice went further and further away, finally disappearing into the horizon. Did you hear that? He's really there. I didn't lie to you. You're really unlucky to have such a father. Ling Xiao looked at the sky and seemed to be talking to the air. However, the corner of his mouth revealed a smug smile. Let's go back. Ling Xiao suddenly touched the wounds on his body. Although he had taken a healing elixir, it wasn't omnipotent. Moreover, that stab had already injured his internal organs. He was really tired now. Let's go back. The Moon Maiden appeared, carrying the groggy Ling Xiao on her back. She disappeared from the mountain path. Let's go as well. Feng Yanren glanced at the figure in the sky and took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the rain tonight, all the vegetation in the mountains would have been burned down. The air was still filled with the smell of burnt corpses. She got to know Ling Xiao once more. Anyone who made an enemy of Ling Xiao would probably have to be prepared to be cruelly killed. The martial world, the mystic world. She felt that it would be best if she didn't get involved in such disputes in the future. She preferred to live an ordinary life. Perhaps she should gradually reduce the number of times she met Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the deeper she fell, the more painful it would be. She was very afraid. She was afraid that the day would come when her cousin would become enemies with Ling Xiao. She really didn't know who she should help and how she should help. At the same time, in Ling Yu's courtyard of the Righteous Alliance, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and the other young martial artists were anxiously waiting there. Although the table was filled with fine wine and delicacies, no one had any appetite. Tonight, they were waiting for a result. Would Ling Xiao die or not? Jia Tianfeng had no idea. That person had displayed far too powerful a vitality. He was like a cockroach that could never be killed. Brother Jia, are you worried? Kong Ming asked. That's right. Although that old fellow's lineup, the Wind of Regret saber, and that idiot Phoenix Cry Heishan's sneak attack should have ensured that Ling Zhao's death is assured, I still feel uneasy. Jia Tianfeng bitterly smiled. Me too. Kong Ming's face was somewhat pale. He sighed and said, Ling Xiao is too tenacious. Moreover, he has powerful people like the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum protecting him. It's probably very difficult to kill him. You can be at ease on this point. Just now, someone came to report that the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum did not appear. Ling Xiao is heavily injured. Jia Tianfeng said. If those two were present, he would have even less confidence in killing Ling Xiao. Since that's the case, what's there to worry about? Kongming's expression instantly became much brighter. Several dozen bronze plate assassins who broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm, 5 silver plate assassins at the first Grotto Heaven realm, 1 silver plate assassin at the second Grotto Heaven realm, and 1 second Grotto Heaven realm divine guard of justice. With this lineup, let alone Ling Xiao, even one of the last 5 Phoenix Sons should be able to easily kill them, right? You're right. That's definitely the case. Jia Tianfeng thought about it, but he couldn't think of a reason why Ling Xiao was still alive. Without the help of the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, Ling Xiao would have never been able to survive unless he was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm or above. Moreover, even if he was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm, he wouldn't have been able to survive against those terrifying assassins. After all, when an assassin reached a critical moment, he would risk his life to complete the mission. This was the professional integrity of an assassin. Chapter 1350. Jia Tianfeng didn't know what he was worried about. Was it because he hadn't encountered someone as difficult to deal with as Ling Xiao for a long time? So he was afraid. After he relaxed, the delicacies on the table were finally served. After Jia Tianfeng and Kongming moved, the rest of the people also began to move. In the blink of an eye, there were already cups and plates in a mess. Everyone was satisfied. The delicacies of Ling Xiao's courtyard are indeed different from other places. I'm afraid a piece of trash like Ling Xiao, who was born as a beggar, wouldn't understand. He won't have that chance either. Jia Tianfeng smiled coldly and saw a figure floating over from afar. It was Feng Shidao, who had lost an arm. I really didn't expect that a mere Ling Xiao would make you lose an arm, even though it's a useless left arm. Jia Tianfeng stood up and looked at Feng Shidao. He thought that Ling Xiao was dead, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to cut off one of Feng Shidao's arms before he died. However, Feng Shidao only remained silent. Because he was wearing a black mask, his expression couldn't be seen clearly. This made Jia Tianfeng even more nervous. Suddenly, he felt that his previous worries might have come true. Feng Shidao, say something. Why are you pretending to be mute? Kongming also stood up and asked. Feng Shidao sighed softly and said, Except for me, everyone was wiped out. Ling Xiao escaped unscathed. You guys take care of yourselves. After saying that, he broke through the air and left. Previously, he had been staying nearby to observe the situation of the battle. He only chose to leave at the end. Therefore, he had seen the entire process very clearly. Therefore, he was very frightened. Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Everyone was wiped out. Ling Xiao escaped unscathed. Jia Tianfeng simply couldn't accept such an outcome. How was this possible? He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. However, whether he believed it or not, Feng Shidao's words couldn't be false, because Feng Shidao had no need to lie. Brother Jia, I advise you to leave the imperial capital for a while. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. Kongming patted Jia Tianfeng's shoulder lightly. He was actually gloating. This time, he was smart enough not to get involved in the assassination of Ling Xiao. Thank goodness. I'll take my leave first. He smiled, then turned and left in a hurry. We'll take our leave too. The group of young people who had been drinking and chatting merrily just now left one after another. Looking at the backs of those people, the furious Jia Tianfeng flipped the table. I don't believe that Ling Xiao can kill me as long as I have someone protecting me. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave the imperial capital to avoid Ling Xiao's revenge. But if he left now, his status in the righteous alliance would plunge. He had been groomed to be the next alliance lord, but if he left, he would have no chance. Although the Jia clan currently had the final say in the Righteous Alliance, the other clans were not completely uninvolved. They just let the Jia family do whatever they wanted. But if there was a chance to seize power, no one would give it up. Even though he was terrified, his greed still made Jia Tianfeng choose to stay. But starting from today, he would do his best to avoid Ling Xiao. In the darkness, Ling Xiao returned to Qingshu College and began to treat his injuries. His injuries had never been serious, but he had expended so much energy that even walking was a problem for him. Outside the house, the Moon Lady and Long Mei sat there. They didn't say anything and just waited quietly for Ling Xiao. Cold Plum was extremely remorseful. Even though the Moon Maiden had consoled her many times, she still could not forgive her own negligence. Ling Xiao had returned safely, but what if something had really happened to Ling Xiao? She would probably not be able to escape the blame. She hated herself for not always being at Ling Xiao's side, hated herself for cultivating. The Moon Maiden softly sighed. Not even she could persuade Cold Plum. She would probably have to wait until Ling Xiao recovered from his injuries. But they did not know that Ling Xiao had not spent much time recovering from his injuries. He had remained in seclusion for so long because he was struggling against that strange state. It was like a thin film that blocked the effects of his cultivation. Within this membrane, he was extremely powerful, equivalent to the cultivation of a first Grotto Heaven realm expert, and he was much stronger than an ordinary first Grotto Heaven realm expert. But Ling Xiao was not happy. He felt that this cultivation belonged to the human king, not him. Even though he was powerful, he felt like his body was being controlled by someone else. This was a very bad feeling. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to break through this membrane, and then perhaps break through in the truest sense. He did not believe that he was weaker than the human king when he was the same age. Now, a large hole had been torn in that membrane, and he could sense that his cultivation was slowly rising. The true breakthrough was about to arrive. Moreover, he believed that once he broke through, the combat strength he would erupt with would be even more terrifying than what he had displayed in the previous battle. This was because only with his strength could he truly mobilize all the energy in his body. Heaven and earth yuan qi constantly poured in from the torn hole. Ling Xiao was like a person who had been suffocated for a long time and could finally breathe in fresh air. He was filled with desire. Break! When the sky was about to brighten, Ling Xiao let out a roar. The membrane that wrapped around the depths of his soul was finally completely broken, and this membrane turned into pure energy that fused into his Grotto Heaven. Is this the true feeling of the Grotto Heaven realm, the second Grotto Heaven realm? Previously, Ling Xiao had been unable to determine his true cultivation. Even though his combat strength was powerful, he was not confident. But now, everything was different. He could clearly sense that his cultivation had advanced to the second Grotto Heaven realm. The accumulated energy allowed him to make a breakthrough, like Shengguan Hong. The second Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Xiao's heart was completely at ease. It seemed that he had gained a lot from risking his life in that battle. Not only had he broken through the membrane that wrapped around his cultivation, he had also absorbed and used it. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's cultivation would at most be at the first Grotto Heaven realm. But now, not only had he broken through to the second Grotto Heaven realm, but he was also at the peak and could break through again at any time. This feeling was simply too wonderful. He slowly stepped out of the room. Moon Lady and Cold Plum, who were at the door, stood up. Thank you for your hard work. Come with me to the Imperial Capital Plaza. Today is the day that Shengguan Hong mentioned. We can't let him think that we're afraid. Seeing that Ling Xiao was in a good mood, Cold Plum and Moon Lady were relieved. After the two girls dressed up, They followed Ling Xiao to the plaza. Although the sun had just risen, the plaza was already filled with people. The fight for 2 spots among the 10 Phoenix Sons was a big event for the entire Divine Phoenix Empire, so it was naturally very lively. Chapter 1351. Emperor Fengming Wuliang sat there with a joyful expression. It was impossible to tell that his son had died last night. It was said that emperors were heartless. Perhaps this saying was true. Feng Yinshan and Fengming Qishan were also present. From this, one could see how much attention they were paying to this competition. Besides them, Alliance Lord Jia of the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock Race Patriarch, Medicine King Sun Sa, and Feng Mingxiao were all present. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, Ji Luyu, and even Feng Shidao, whose arm had been crippled by Ling Xiao last night, were present. They were here to compete for the position of Phoenix Sun. Of course, Shang Guanhong would not be absent, but this fellow still had not appeared. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and listened to the discussions around him. Some people said that Shang Guanhong was afraid, but Ling Xiao disagreed. How could someone as proud as Shang Guanhong be afraid? A few moments later, a rainbow bridge appeared in the clear sky. Shang Guanhong stepped on the rainbow bridge and looked down at the crowd below. It was truly eye-catching. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. He was also confident and arrogant, but he would never be as ostentatious as Shang Guanhong. This was because other than attracting screams and cheers, it had no practical significance. This Shang Guanhong is really a show-off. Those few people's cultivations are similar to his. What makes him think that he can definitely defeat those young elites? That's right, especially that Feng Shidao. He's a silver medal second-rank assassin of the Dark God Hall. He's killed too many people, and his martial soul is a throwing knife that is extremely compatible with his weapon. How can Shang Guanhong win? People raised their heads to look at the arrogant figure standing on the rainbow bridge. They were puzzled, but they were not in a hurry. The answer would soon be revealed. In today's competition, they would be able to see what Shang Guanhong was relying on. Shang Guanhong's eyes were sharp and domineering. It was as if he would not give face to anyone. Today, he would take away the position of Phoenix Sun to pave the way for the Dragon Phoenix selection. Who's first? Shang Guanhong asked indifferently. His condescending attitude showed that he did not place any importance on those young geniuses. Ling Xiao was actually very curious as to what exactly he was relying on. I'll go first. Feng Shidao's voice rang out, and a terrifying saber intent immediately filled the entire square. An exquisite throwing knife appeared behind him. Although it was small, it contained a terrifying power that could tear space apart. The crowd had no doubt that the flying dagger martial spirit could easily kill them. Why did the wind of regret sword lose an arm? Yeah, who can break his arm? Don't think too much about it. Maybe he accidentally broke it when he was practicing martial arts. What we need to pay attention to today is his battle with Shang Guanhong. That's right. Although he lost an arm, it's an insignificant arm. It won't affect his combat strength. The wind regret blade controlled the domain's elemental energy and floated into the air. With him as the center, a paradise domain formed by interweaving flying daggers was formed. The flying dagger martial soul was the core of this paradise domain. The wind regret blade's sharpness still hadn't decreased. Although he had lost to Ling Xiao last night, he seemed to think that it was only natural because Ling Xiao was too strong. But facing Shang Guanhong, he wasn't afraid at all. Like a flying dagger floating in the air, the flying dagger and his body seemed to have merged into one. This guy has improved again after last night's battle. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. To be able to break through again after a failure, Ling Xiao was quite impressed by such a person. It should be a fierce battle. Just who will be able to obtain the position of Phoenix Sun? Everyone was looking forward to it, including the peerless expert sitting on the rostrum. Shang Guanhong was arrogant and independent, looking down on everything. The wind of regret blade was as sharp as a blade, fearless. When the two of them met, it was really a match for each other. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. However, Ling Xiao had a different opinion. The wind of regret blade will lose. He sighed softly. There were too many things that a Paradise Realm martial artist had to do, including cultivation, Paradise Domain, martial soul, martial techniques, soul power, internal strength, and so on. Obviously, Shang Guanhong was much better than the wind of regret blade in terms of controlling the fusion of martial soul and Paradise Domain. The wind of regret blade focused too much on martial techniques and went down the wrong path. You brat, I don't know where you came from. You're really talking nonsense. Not everyone in the crowd knew Ling Xiao. For example, the middle-aged martial artist standing beside Ling Xiao was disdainful of Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't refute. The facts would prove everything. What was there to argue with a passerby? Wind of regret blade, I admire your courage. You actually dared to be the first to challenge me. But unfortunately, you're not my match. Even though Shang Guanhong had seen the sharpness and dominance of the wind of regret blade, his words were still light and even a little disdainful. He was too confident. Whether I'm your match or not, it's not up to me or you. We'll know after we fight. Wind of regret blade said indifferently. In Divine Phoenix Empire, the title of Phoenix is a kind of supreme glory for young martial artists. I won't give it to you so easily. Of course, you can't take it from me either. The dignified Dark God Hall's silver medal second rank assassin, who had even killed a fourth Paradise Realm martial artist. How could Wind of Regret Blade admit that he was inferior to Shang Guanhong? Shang Guanhong's contempt was a kind of humiliation to him. Hee, your courage is really admirable. Then let's fight quickly. After defeating you, I still have to defeat Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, as well as Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. Of course, there's also that self-righteous Ling Xiao, if he dares to come. Shang Guanhong laughed lightly, as if Ling Xiao was casually included in his calculations and wasn't even worth mentioning. Self-righteous. Wind of Regret Blade couldn't help but be stunned. You dare to say that Ling Xiao is self-righteous? Ha ha ha. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've fought with Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. They couldn't gain the slightest bit of advantage over me. If you defeat me, it's equivalent to defeating them. But Ling Xiao, I don't mind telling you that this left arm of mine was crippled by Ling Xiao. It really was a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone was guessing who had crippled Wind of Regret Blade's left arm, but no one thought of Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, they really didn't expect it. Is Ling Xiao really that scary? He's actually also a Paradise Realm martial artist. Feng Regret Blade's own family scandal. It shouldn't be wrong. You actually lost to Ling Xiao. Shang Guanhong's eyes became even more contemptuous as he asked coldly, I did lose, so unless you can defeat me, you don't have the qualifications to fight with Ling Xiao. Feng Regret Blade trembled in fear when he thought of the frightening scene last night. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he probably wouldn't be able to talk to anyone now. The crowd was extremely excited because of this matter. Chapter 1352. Feng Shidao was stronger than Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu, but he had been defeated by Ling Xiao. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao was above Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. Was this possible? Countless people had doubts in their hearts. However, Emperor Fengming Wuliang was very clear in his heart. The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed last night was probably not inferior to a third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. There was no doubt about this. Ha ha ha, you lost to Ling Xiao, but I won't. Since you've said so, I won't have to waste my time. After defeating you, I'll go and defeat Ling Xiao. I wonder if I'll be able to obtain the position of the Phoenix after that. Your Majesty. Shang Guanhong looked at Fengming Wuliang and asked, Yes. Fengming Wuliang agreed immediately, because he knew Ling Xiao's strength in his heart. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu were no match for Ling Xiao, unless the three of them joined forces. All right, since your Majesty has said so, then this matter is simple. Shang Guanhong was in high spirits and did not feel that defeating Ling Xiao was difficult. Come on, Feng Shidao, let me see how capable you are after losing one arm. You will know. Feng Shidao took a deep breath. He had lost to Ling Xiao last night. Today, he could not lose again. He had to go all out. A strong fighting spirit erupted from his body. The sharp flying knife was still only 3 inches long, but the terrifying killing intent made countless martial artists tremble in fear. As expected of an assassin, this killing intent is simply terrifying. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they naturally believed Feng Shidao's words a little more. The Dark Divinity Palace's Silver Grade 2 assassin. No, to be precise, it should be the Dark Divinity Palace's 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix Branch Hall. After completing the mission 272 times, the accumulated killing intent was really monstrous. No matter how strong the killing intent is, what can it do to me? Shang Guanhong stood proudly, and the 7-colored rainbow bridge behind her became even more magnificent. At the same time, he released his Grotto Heaven domain. Immediately, a storm of lightning fell, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. Kill! Feng Shidao's flying knife shot out. Its power was even more powerful than when it dealt with Ling Xiao last night. However, the saber light flickered and disappeared after entering the rainbow bridge. It was as if he had never existed. What was going on? I've long heard that Shang Guanhong's rainbow martial spirit is extremely strange. Coupled with her paradise domain, it's even more amazing. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly astonishing. It is indeed strange. It is as if another layer of space has been torn apart. In the crowd, the martial artists with poor eyesight were all frightened by Shang Guanhong's magical fighting style. However, Feng Shidao only smiled coldly and said, You're not the only one with a heavenly abode. I also have one. Let's see how you'll block it this time. Although he did not know what Shang Guanhong had done, he knew that it had something to do with her paradise domain. Therefore, he was not willing to hold back. The terrifying flying dagger domain condensed and turned into a divine dragon formed by interweaving flying daggers. Extinguish! Feng Shidao waved his right hand, and a powerful domineering aura erupted. The divine dragon roared and rushed towards Shang Guanhong. There were bursts of tearing sounds in the air. Everyone knew that this thing that looked like a divine dragon was actually condensed from countless flying daggers. Once it cut a person's body, it would definitely cause great damage. Could Shang Guanhong block it? Rainbow Divine Phoenix. Shang Guanhong sneered disdainfully. The rainbow bridge behind her turned into a rainbow phoenix and whistled towards the divine dragon. It was exceptionally beautiful in the sky. Boom! It was as if 2 divine beasts had met in the sky. No one could do anything to the other. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. However, everyone knew that Feng Shidao was in danger. One had to know that Feng Shidao's move was condensed from the dual power of his martial spirit and paradise domain. On the other hand, Shang Guanhong only used her martial spirit. Shang Guanhong smirked and said coldly, "You're already not bad to be able to fight until now. It's a pity that this is the end." She suddenly circulated her domain energy and changed the form of her paradise domain. Torrential rain. The terrifying domain energy blended into the torrential rain paradise. Countless raindrops wrapped around Feng Shidao like sharp blades. Feng Shidao's expression changed. Dozens of flying daggers shot out from his hand in an attempt to block the torrential rain attack outside his protective origin energy. However, it was useless. The torrential rain was too terrifying. He was like a helpless little rabbit in the terrifying torrential rain. He could only desperately escape and dodge. However, the raindrops still smashed onto his body. Every drop was like a terrifying sharp blade. They were not weaker than his flying daggers. Bang! Feng Shidao fell to the ground. The divine dragon condensed from his paradise domain also collapsed. Thousands of flying daggers scattered on the ground. It was a mess. Of course, Feng Shidao himself was even more terrifying. Apart from his head, there was almost no part of his body that was intact. His entire body had been turned into a sieve by the raindrops. "We're not fighting to the death today, so I'll spare your life," Shang Guanhong said coldly. Feng Shidao did not speak, but he despised Shang Guanhong very much in his heart. Shang Guanhong did not intend to spare his life at all just now. He was quick-witted and used the flying daggers to block his vital parts. Only then did he manage to save his little life. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse at this very moment. He was too embarrassed to speak. His face was deathly pale. He really did not have the face to explain. Shang Guanhong is so terrifying. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. They thought that this would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, a back-and-forth showdown. However, in reality, it was a completely one-sided battle. From the beginning to the end of the battle, only 3 to 4 moves had passed. It seemed that even if they were both Second Paradise realm martial artists due to different martial souls and other factors, the combat power displayed was also worlds apart. It seemed that the position of the 9th Phoenix belonged to none other than Shang Guanhong. "You're really very strong. Perhaps even stronger than Ling Xiao." Feng Shidao's mood was very low. After losing to Ling Xiao, he thought that he would find the feeling of victory from Shang Guanhong. But once again, he lost. He lost very thoroughly. It even made him doubt whether Ling Xiao was really stronger than Shang Guanhong. The terrifying rainbow martial soul, the terrifying burst rain grotto heaven, the power that erupted from the combination of the two was simply too terrifying. He thought that his flying daggers would be sharper, but he did not expect Shang Guanhong's raindrops to be sharper than his flying daggers. "Now you know that I'm stronger than Ling Xiao." Shang Guanhong laughed disdainfully. "No one below the Second Paradise realm is my match. Even if it's a Third Paradise realm martial artist, I can still stand in an invincible position." After defeating Feng Shidao, Shang Guanhong became even more arrogant and condescending. "Ling Xiao's martial soul and Paradise Realm are both inferior to yours. Perhaps he really is not stronger than you." Feng Shidao thought about it and said, Chapter 1353. Feng Shidao recalled that night's battle. Although Ling Xiao's Sun Moon Sword domain was very frightening, it was a large-scale attack that was used to deal with a large number of enemies. As for Ling Xiao's martial soul, he really didn't know what Ling Xiao's martial soul was. Although Ling Xiao controlled the Taotai martial soul, it was obvious that he hadn't completely subdued it yet. Therefore, he felt that Ling Xiao was inferior to Shang Guanhong in this aspect. In the same battle, Ling Xiao had cut off one of his arms. However, Shang Guanhong had the strength to kill him. Just from this point alone, Shangguan Hong should be much stronger than Ling Xiao. Shangguan Hong didn't look at Feng Shidao again. Instead, he shouted to the crowd, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, Ji Luoyu, are you not convinced? And Ling Xiao, that trash, does he really think that he'll be fine if he hides? If you don't come today, I will definitely go to Qingshu College tomorrow to challenge you. If you lose, you can commit suicide. Shangguan Hong easily defeated Feng Shidao. It could be said that his morale was high. He wanted to fight a few more battles to show his strength. I'll challenge you. Ji Luoyu stood up. Ha ha! 3 men are all good for nothings. They're actually inferior to a woman. How shameful. Shangguan Hong laughed loudly and looked at Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming with disdain. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming were the kind of people who thought deeply. They would never fight a battle that they weren't confident in. It was a fact that they couldn't defeat Feng Shidao. However, Feng Shidao was easily defeated by Shangguan Hong. What was the point of them going up? Looking for abuse? Luoyu, don't mess around. You're not his match. Medicine King's son, stopped Ji Luoyu's challenge. With his eyesight as a yin-yang realm expert, he could naturally see that Ji Luoyu was inferior to Shangguan Hong. But, Master, he's too arrogant. Ji Luoyu said angrily, if you're strong enough, you have the right to be arrogant. That brat Ling Xiao is so arrogant that he didn't even dare to come today. What are you doing here? Medicine King's son, Su said with a cold face. Ji Luoyu pouted and sat back down. Shangguan Hong gave Medicine King's son Sa face and did not provoke Ji Luoyu. Instead, he scolded Ling Xiao. When I left the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda that day, I warned Ling Xiao not to run amok. I didn't think that he would actually not listen to me. I thought that he was very capable. I didn't think that he was just a coward. Who was the #1 master of Qingshu College? If the #1 master of Qingshu College was like this, then there was no need for such a college to exist. I'm very glad that I made a wise choice to leave Qingshu College, a trashy college, and join Phoenix Academy. These words were not pleasant to hear. He was not only targeting Ling Xiao, but also scolding Qingshu College. If Ling Xiao did not stand up at this time, then he would be a complete coward. You've really impressed me to be able to treat shamelessness as glory. A cold voice came from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. It was Ling Xiao. Ji Luoyu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming all stood up and looked at the young man in a white robe below the stage. He had long hair, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He actually came. You still dare to show up. I thought you were trembling in fear. Shangguan Hong said disdainfully, your mouth is too smelly. I just want to tear him apart. I don't mean anything else. Ling Xiao pushed through the crowd and walked up to the high platform while speaking indifferently. When he passed by the place where Feng Shidao was healing, he suddenly stopped. You said that I'm not as strong as him? He looked at Feng Shidao and asked with a half-smile, although I'm not sure it should be so. Your Grotto Heaven domain is not as good as his, and your martial soul is not as good as his. What do you have to fight with him? Feng Shidao asked back. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, martial soul can indeed determine a martial artist's strength, but it is not the only factor. If I say that I can defeat him without using my martial soul, would you believe me? No, Feng Shidao would not believe him. Martial souls were the core of most martial artists in the mystic world. Without a martial soul, unless one had a strong bloodline power, it was impossible to be Shangguan Hong's opponent. Ling Xiao was a human. Humans did not have bloodline power. You might think that I can't defeat Shangguan Hong because I don't have bloodline power. I can tell you now that I also have bloodline power, but I don't know how to use it. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Whether it is a martial soul or bloodline power, although it has a huge impact on one's strength, a battle between martial artists of the same level does not completely rely on these things. Martial techniques, soul power, fighting intent, as well as the use of techniques in battle are all key factors to victory and defeat. Furthermore, Shang Guanhong is not considered a martial artist of the same level as me. Dealing with him is a piece of cake. Impossible. I don't believe it. Feng Shidao shook his head. He could not accept Ling Xiao's words at all. He also knew that a martial artist's strength was not determined by one or two factors, but he believed that the martial soul or bloodline power were the two most important factors. It's up to you to believe it or not. If I were you, I would not fight Shang Guanhong like that. You are too stupid, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Stupid? Feng Shidao's body trembled. His body, which had recovered a little, spat out another mouthful of blood. Aren't you stupid? You are an assassin. Why did you fight your opponent like an ordinary martial artist? Ling Xiao asked. When Shang Guanhong appeared, the bridge had already been set up, and he had an absolute advantage. Your only hope of winning against him was to catch him off guard, but you did not do so. But those are useless against you. Feng Shidao was stunned for a moment. I said that Shang Guanhong is just a trash in my eyes. You have a chance to win against him, but you don't have a chance to win against me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You are too arrogant, although you broke my arm last night, and I admit that you are stronger than me. I will never believe that you are stronger than Shang Guanhong. Feng Shidao shook his head and said. Ling Xiao sneered and ignored Feng Shidao. Instead, he looked at Shang Guanhong on the stage. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's begin. All right, I will let you see who is the trash. Shang Guanhong smiled cruelly. He did not even plan to show mercy to Feng Shidao, let alone Ling Xiao. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao in today's battle. Ling Xiao stood on the stage and looked straight ahead. However, Shang Guanhong, who was in midair, had a strange feeling that he was completely controlled. Logically speaking, one could only look down on others when standing on high ground. However, Ling Xiao stood below as if the entire space was reversed. It gave Shang Guanhong an extremely disharmonious feeling. He landed on the ground very unhappily. Although the feeling of disharmony had disappeared, looking at Ling Xiao, he still felt as if he was inferior to him. Chapter 1354. Depressing. Shang Guanhong gritted his teeth as he released the rainbow bridge once again, wrapping it around his entire body. Only when he was enveloped by the rainbow bridge did he feel a little more at ease. It's useless no matter how tightly you wrap yourself up, because I have already seen through your weakness. Ling Xiao smiled. That kind of indifferent smile made Shang Guanhong feel like she was about to go crazy. Ling Xiao ignored him and did not even draw his sword. He just looked at Shang Guanhong indifferently, as if Shang Guanhong was an ant that he could kill at any time. You're not going to draw your sword? Shang Guanhong asked. I don't need it to deal with you. Ling Xiao shook his head gently as he placed his hands behind his back. His face was filled with an indifferent smile as he blended in with his surroundings. It seems like Ling Xiao is also a second Grotto Heaven realm warrior. Even so, he is underestimating Shang Guanhong too much. I'm afraid something bad will happen if he does so. Among the spectators, there were naturally disciples of Qingshu College. They were all worried for Ling Xiao. Arrogant! You will regret it in a moment. If you don't use your weapon now, you won't have any chance to use it later. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly and did not speak. Shang Guanhong was enraged. Even a third Grotto Heaven realm warrior would not dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao actually dared to ignore him. How arrogant! In his anger, the rainbow bridge behind him quickly condensed and transformed into a huge rainbow phoenix. This move is the one that blocked Feng Shidao's flying dagger. I will use it to defeat you. The terrifying seven-colored phoenix desperately devoured the vital chi of heaven and earth. Its body was also constantly growing larger, and its body was also constantly becoming complete. Screech, a bright cry that resounded through the world, made countless onlookers cover their ears. They felt like their hearts were about to burst. However, Ling Xiao still stood there with a faint smile on his face. He had no intention of making a move. Shang Guanhong was even more furious. Today, he was going to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted everyone to see that he, Shang Guanhong, was the strongest expert in the Second Paradise realm. No one could be an exception before him, including Ling Xiao. His enmity with Ling Xiao originated from the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Ling Xiao did not give him any face, which made him extremely angry. Therefore, today, it was not only about the fight for the phoenix, but he also wanted to take revenge for what happened that day. Go, seven-colored phoenix. Kill him. With a furious roar, Shang Guanhong pushed his hands forward. The seven-colored phoenix let out a resonant cry and instantly broke through the restraints of space, causing a gust of wind to blow between heaven and earth. The chi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The platform also began to shake. Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face, as if he wasn't going to make a move. However, when the phoenix was less than 3 inches away from Ling Xiao, he finally moved. However, it was not his body, but his right hand. There was a ball of light in his right hand. That was the appearance of the Scarlet Sun Feather Raymond's power completely attached to his hand. At that instant, his hand expanded with the wind and grabbed the phoenix's neck. Kacha! Everyone clearly heard the sound of something being twisted and broken. Then the phoenix instantly exploded. Quickly dodge! The warriors sensed that something was amiss, and they quickly dodged the terrifying impact of the explosion. Rumble! The terrifying explosion left countless dents on the platform. Some warriors did not manage to dodge in time and were injured by the explosion. However, Ling Xiao, who was at the center of the explosion, remained unscathed and still had a smile on his face. What? Shang Guanhong looked at this scene in disbelief. How was this possible? How did Ling Xiao do it? How could he remain unscathed under such an attack? He did not dodge. No matter what you do, you will definitely lose the next time. Shang Guanhong did not understand how Ling Xiao had dodged his attack, but he believed in his strength. Since one move was not enough, he would use 2. I admit that you are stronger than Feng Shidao, but that is useless. Although these words made Feng Shidao depressed, Feng Shidao, who was sitting there, did not feel that it was unpleasant. After all, it was the truth. Come at me. Ling Xiao still had no intention of attacking. It was as if he wanted Shang Guanhong to perform here and use all his skills to defeat him. That way, some people would say that he had an unfair advantage. Rainbow Divine, Arrow. Shang Guanhong's rainbow bridge changed again. A bow that was completely condensed from his martial soul appeared in his hand. The bow was 7-colored. The arrow was also 7-colored. The lethality contained in this move was clearly stronger than the previous one. Lose. The rainbow divine arrow shot out against the wind and started to spin wildly in the air. It drove the origin energy of heaven and earth and formed a huge vortex. No matter where Ling Xiao tried to dodge, he would not be able to avoid this attack, unless he jumped off the platform. However, he would lose if he did that. Feng Shidao, I will show you how flying daggers are used now. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a flying dagger that had been broken in half appeared in his hand. The word Feng was engraved on the handle of the flying dagger. It was Feng Shidao's. He shook his right hand gently, and the flying dagger broke through the air. It was not as magnificent as when Feng Shidao used the flying dagger. It was not as terrifying as when Feng Shidao did not use it. However, it was this seemingly ordinary saber strike that instantly defeated the seemingly ferocious arrow storm. How can this be? Apart from a few powerhouses, everyone else was dumbfounded. Feng Shidao was even more dumbfounded. Feng Shidao, I said before that martial skills are not fixed things. The same martial skill can be used differently by different people. When it is used and where it is used are all different. Your dagger targets the opponent's vital points, so it is easy to defend against. However, my dagger targets the opponent's flaws. 7-colored divine arrow. It is just a flashy move. There are as many as 7 or 8 flaws in his move. I can choose any one of them and destroy his attack with the smallest amount of strength. Feng Shidao could not help but smile bitterly. He understood what Ling Xiao meant, but he could not do it. Apart from Ling Xiao, perhaps no one dared to say that they could find 7 or 8 flaws in the opponent's move in such an intense battle. This was simply like a fantasy story. It was unbelievable. The others did not believe Ling Xiao's words. Apart from the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, no one believed that anyone in this world could do this. Perhaps a human king could, but a human king could not be resurrected. However, regardless of whether they believed Ling Xiao's words or not, they were all shocked by Ling Xiao's exquisite martial skills. Ling Xiao said that he did not need to use his martial soul, and he did it. Ling Xiao said that he did not need to use his bloodline power, and he did it. Under such circumstances, Shangguan Hong still could not do anything to him. I'm tired of it. Ling Xiao looked at Shangguan Hong and suddenly said, "Your moves look very flashy, but they are all the same and boring. Next, it is my turn. Can you block it?" Chapter 1355. Shang Guanhong wanted to retort when he heard Ling Xiao's words. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt that it was difficult for him to even breathe. A terrifying battle intent instantly filled the entire high platform. Shang Guanhong felt like he was a person who couldn't swim and was about to suffocate. An immense fear rose in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't draw his sword. Above his head, there was a giant sword shining with golden light. The dazzling light seemed to have come from the scarlet sun. The terrifying heat continued to spread, and the entire high platform seemed to be burning. What's going on? Is that a martial soul? It doesn't look like a martial soul. Is it some kind of move? The crowd was discussing among themselves, but no one could tell what Ling Xiao was doing. Shang Guanhong, how dare a piece of trash like you threaten me in the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda? To be honest, if you hadn't escaped quickly enough, I would have pierced through your mouth. You keep calling me a piece of trash. Very well, I'll use this sword to show you that you're even more useless than a piece of trash. The 10th light, profound meaning. Divine sword of light. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the divine sword above his head. At that moment, his aura skyrocketed once again, as if it was about to break through the clouds. Shang Guanhong actually felt incomparable fear and trembling. Shang Guanhong didn't just feel like he was about to suffocate. He also felt like his body was about to be sliced into pieces by something. Only he, who was bearing the brunt of the attack, could truly feel that terror. You think you're invincible just because you defeated Feng Shidao? Invincible below the second grotto heaven realm? I don't know where you got the guts to say that. You've already lost to me since the day you joined Qingshu College and left to join the Phoenix Academy. You've lost your firm martial will, and you've already lost the most important quality of a powerhouse. Your defeat is just fate. It's a little unfair to call you a shameless traitor, but I think it's very appropriate to call you a cowardly deserter. You called me a coward, but you're the real coward. You're so cowardly that it makes one's hair stand on end. Ling Zhao's words were sometimes sharper than a blade. Every stab was aimed at Shang Wanhong's weak spot. Ling Xiao was right. He was a coward. On the day he came to the imperial capital, he was such a proud young man. He once claimed that he could lead Qingshu College to prosperity. However, a month later, a small setback made him lose his courage completely. He lost to the celebrity Huang Zi, and after that, he became completely timid and weak. He chose to be a deserter. He left Qingshu College and joined Phoenix Academy. Everything Ling Xiao said was right. Raise your head. At this moment, I hope that you can receive my sword in a fair and square manner. Don't let others look down on you. Ling Xiao did not like to defeat someone who had completely lost their will to fight. What he needed was to defeat the strongest Shang Guanhong. Only then would it be meaningful. He had never used the 10th profound meaning before. Today was his first time using it. Even though he didn't use a sword, its power was still overwhelming. Shang Guanhong suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao angrily. Why? Why am I inferior to you? You were threatened by them too, right? That's right. I was threatened by them too. Ling Xiao said calmly, but those who tried to threaten me reaped what they sowed. I have always believed that the Clear Void Academy is not inferior to the Divine Phoenix Academy. This point can be seen from my few friends. I'll say something you don't like to hear. The current you can't even compare to my junior Long Chen. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Shang Guanhong laughed crazily. You're right. I'm a coward. My arrogant behavior is just to cover up my cowardice. Today, I won't be a coward anymore. Even if I know that I can't defeat you, I'll still receive your attack. He was enlightened. He was enlightened. Actually, everyone had a dark history. Ling Xiao was no exception. When he was weak, he also chose to be a coward. However, it was crucial to choose between being unable to extricate oneself from the dark history and standing up bravely. Shang Guanhong made his choice. His powerful aura continued to rise as he released his terrifying power. The rainbow bridge and the heavy rain merged into one. Come on, Ling Xiao. Let me see exactly how powerful this sword strike of yours is. Let me know that my choice is wrong, and yours is right. Shang Guanhong roared. Slash. Ling Xiao did not waste any time. The divine radiance sword in his hand slashed down heavily. At that moment, everyone temporarily lost their vision. The light was too dazzling. It was not just pure light, but a terrifying light that had merged with the domain of elemental energy. Shang Guanhong squinted his eyes. His rainbow martial soul also erupted with a rainbow light, resisting Ling Zhao's divine radiance sword. His opponent was the sun, while his was the rainbow. Although the light was not as bright as his opponent, he would never admit defeat. Ling Xiao had awakened him. On the path of martial arts, once one admitted defeat and lowered one's head, one would become weak even if one kept one's life. This included one's martial soul, martial skills, and everything else. Rainbow-colored sky, tempest. Shang Guanhong did not retreat. The terrifying violent rain mixed with the rainbow light rushed towards Ling Xiao. Even if he could not defeat him, he had to fight. Otherwise, he would lose even more miserably. Chi. The stronger martial artists squinted their eyes and looked at the sky. The entire sky was in an extremely strange situation. On one side, there was a violent rain and a rainbow light. On the other side, there was a blazing sun that burned the sky. The terrifying scene turned the square into a doomsday scene. When the violent rain and the blazing sun met, they instantly turned into steam and disappeared. The terrifying sword light was devouring Shang Guanhong's attack. The scene was really strange and terrifying. Is this Ling Zhao's sword Dao? What kind of realm is this? Ji Luyu's small hand grabbed the table leg, her body trembling slightly. Back in the city of Sin, she had seen Ling Xiao fight. But at that time, although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was only at the 10 Directions heaven level. However, in less than half a year, Ling Zhao's cultivation was already on par with hers. And the combat power he displayed was even stronger than hers. This guy, how did he cultivate? Ji Luoyu gritted her teeth and was very unconvinced. Luoyu, now you understand your master's painstaking efforts. Although you are talented, you only know how to play and waste too much time. Although your master did not expect you to be surpassed by Ling Xiao, it is still within my expectations. Medicine King Sunbu sighed and said, Child, with your talent, as long as you are willing, Master can concoct the best medicinal pills to help you improve. It won't take long. On the day of the Longhu selection, your cultivation will be able to reach the next level. Disciple understands. Ji Luoyu bit her lips. She now had a thought that she must not be surpassed by Ling Xiao. Chapter 1356. With their mouths wide open, everyone gasped for air as if they were short of oxygen. It was all because of that terrifying and dazzling sword strike. How terrifying was that sword strike? It was completely unforgettable. That sword strike came from Ling Xiao, a martial artist who was only at the 9th firmament of the celestial realm half a year ago. Today, with that sword strike, he completely defeated the arrogant 2nd Grotto Heaven realm genius, Shangguan Hong. Before Ling Xiao made his move, most people would not have thought of such an outcome. They thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Shangguan Hong. Even Feng Shidao, who was defeated by Ling Xiao, thought that Shangguan Hong was stronger. However, that sword strike was a slap to many people's faces. Miserable screams echoed in the imperial capital square, causing people to tremble. One of Shangguan Hong's arms was chopped off. As it fell, it melted completely and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. Ling Xiao showed mercy. He had originally planned to kill Shang Guanhong, but Shang Guanhong's sudden repentance made him change his mind. He only cut off one of his arms. Shang Guanhong looked at his chopped-off arm in disbelief. The wound was already charred, and the blood had stopped flowing. Why did you let me go? You know that I wanted you dead. He really did not believe that he was still alive. Rumor had it that Ling Xiao was a demon who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It was almost impossible for anyone to survive under his hands. Ling Xiao withdrew his battle intent and smiled. Because you repented, you saved yourself. I don't think I need to say more about your future path. There's still some time before the Longhu selection. I believe that you will become stronger. But if I return to Qingshu College now, will the people there still accept me? Will the people of Phoenix Academy spare me? Shangguan Hong asked. You can't expect me to be your babysitter. What you've done will definitely be hated by others. Therefore, there are some consequences that you have to bear. I can only say that I won't despise you. As for the people from the Phoenix Academy, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you in the academy. Ling Xiao said indifferently, That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. Shangguan Hong lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she raised her head and said, I want to go back. The teachers in Qingshu College treat me well, especially Senior Sister Mingkong and Vice Dean Feng Qingyan. Even if they scold me to death, I will accept it. Now, I just want to be like you and be myself. If anyone from the Phoenix Academy wants to come, I'll accompany them to the end. Good, that's a proud man. What Ling Xiao didn't say was that as long as Shang Guanhong sincerely returned to Qingshu College, he would help if the Phoenix Academy sent someone stronger than Shang Guanhong to cause trouble. After all, he was the one who persuaded Shang Guanhong to return. The crowd couldn't seem to close their mouths. If the fact that Ling Xiao had defeated Shang Guanhong in such an arrogant manner was already enough to shock them, then Ling Xiao's arrogance had already shocked them. However, the fact that Shang Guanhong didn't hate Ling Xiao after losing an arm and even agreed to return to Qingshu College shocked them even more. Shang Guanhong was now a member of the Phoenix Academy. Although there were no rules that forbade him from leaving, would the Phoenix Academy let him go so easily? Shang Guanhong, you have to think carefully. Leaving the Phoenix Academy isn't as easy as leaving Qingshu College. You have to pay a price. Jia Tianfeng looked coldly at Shang Guanhong and said, "That's right. It's easy to join the Phoenix Academy, but it's not so easy to leave." Kongming added, "What a joke. That's how you threatened me in the past. I admitted defeat because I lost to Ji Mingxing. I've already been a coward once. This time, I won't be afraid anymore. Who do you think you are? Don't think that you can climb over my head just because I lost to Ling Xiao. Come and fight me if you dare." Shang Guanhong looked at Jia Tianfeng and Kongming domineeringly and shouted, "You mean the two of us?" Jia Tianfeng and Kongming looked at each other and revealed a sinister smile. "That's right. Both of you come at me together. If I lose, not only will I give up my position as the Phoenix, but I'll also commit suicide on the spot." Shang Guanhong said loudly. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming glanced at Ling Xiao. They were full of fear for Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, I won't interfere." Ling Xiao turned around and walked down the stage slowly. Next, it was Shang Guanhong's turn to perform. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming were really stupid. Shang Guanhong did lose to Ling Xiao, but Shang Guanhong's strength was definitely much stronger than an ordinary second Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Even if he faced an ordinary third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, he wouldn't be afraid. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming might be strong, but they had just stepped into the second Grotto Heaven realm. If Ling Xiao wasn't wrong, this battle wouldn't take long. Impossible. In just a few breaths. In just 2 moves. Before Ling Xiao returned to his seat, Jia Tianfeng and Kongming had already flown down the stage. "2 pieces of trash. How dare you threaten me? Do you really think you're Ling Xiao?" Shang Guanhong only had 1 arm left, but he seemed to be stronger than before. This was because he had learned a lot from the battle with Ling Xiao. Although he wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao, he definitely benefited a lot. Looking at Jia Tianfeng and Kongming, who had fallen to the ground, the crowd was stirred up again. In front of Shang Guanhong, Feng Shidao was defeated. Jia Tianfeng was defeated. Kongming was also defeated, and Jia Tianfeng and Kongming had teamed up. However, Ling Xiao easily won and broke Shang Guanhong's arm, making Shang Guanhong worship him even more. How strong was Ling Xiao? There was probably no need to think too much about the position of the Phoenix today. It would definitely be Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong. Ha ha ha, good. Our divine Phoenix Empire is really full of talents. Today, we hereby announce that Shang Guanhong is the 9th Phoenix and will be conferred the title of Rainbow Phoenix. Ji Luoyu is the 10th Phoenix and will be conferred the title of Falling Rain Phoenix. Fengming Wuliang stood up and announced the result of the battle for the Phoenix. That's not right. The crowd was in an uproar. Ling Xiao is clearly the strongest. Why isn't he the Phoenix? Instead, Ji Luoyu was conferred the position of Phoenix. This isn't fair. That's right. How can the monarch make such a judgment? It's too disappointing. Hearing the discussions below the stage, Fengming Wuliang chuckled and said, "Everyone, Don't be anxious. The reason why we didn't confer the title of Dragon King Ling Xiao as Phoenix is because we know he won't accept it. So that's the case. Ling Xiao is indeed arrogant and shouldn't be willing to be restrained. That makes sense. I think it's **T. Ling Xiao's voice covered all the discussions. He looked coldly at Fengming Wuliang and said, "Whether I accept it or not, that's my business. Whether you confer the title or not, that's your business. Don't mix the two together. Even if I don't accept it, you should still ask me and ask for my opinion. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? Favoritism is favoritism. Why do you need to flatter yourself?" Chapter 1357. That's right. Even if he knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't accept it, he should still ask. Directly bestowing the title to another person, isn't he looking down on Ling Xiao too much? That's right. No wonder he's angry. The monarch is really muddle-headed in this matter. I've long heard that the monarch and Ling Xiao are like fire and water. He's clearly using his position to avenge a private grudge. I'm afraid that the monarch won't last long. Discussions once again sounded in the crowd, all because of Ling Xiao's words. Then Ji Luoyu suddenly stood up and said, "Reporting to your majesty, I'm also unable to accept the title of Luoyu Phoenix son. I'm not as good as Shang Guanhong, and I'm even worse than Ling Xiao. If I receive this title, I'll only be ridiculed by others." Fengming Wuliang's expression was very interesting. Anger, displeasure, and depression. He didn't think that Ji Luoyu would not give him face in front of everyone, because he didn't know that when they were in the city of Sin, Ji Luoyu was already very impressed with Ling Xiao during the pill refining conference. Today, seeing that Ling Xiao was wronged, how could she not speak up? Good, Lady Luoyu is indeed the disciple of the Medicine King Sun Sa. Such magnanimity is really rare. Since that's the case, the position of the 10th Phoenix Sun will be bestowed to Ling Xiao. What title should I give him? Fengming Wuliang smiled. Although this smile was a little awkward, this guy was after all a big shot. That little bit of awkwardness quickly disappeared. Forget it. I've never liked food given out by others. Do you really think that I'll care for things given out by others? Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Wuliang with disdain and said, "Divine Phoenix Empire's 10th Phoenix son? Hee, Fengming Wuliang, listen up. Today, I'll leave my words here. Your so-called 10th Phoenix son, I'll defeat them one by one. I'll let you know that a person's strength isn't because he received a title, but because he's really strong. It was just like how you were unwilling to give General Ji Ning any reinforcements, but he was able to defend Northern Desert City. Don't think too highly of yourself. To put it bluntly, you're just a temporary representative chosen by the citizens of Divine Phoenix Empire. Do you want to be the emperor forever? Don't lose your integrity in the end." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the crowd fell silent. Ling Xiao was simply too daring. He actually dared to teach Fengming Wuliang a lesson in front of so many people. They still dared to disregard the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix sons. If senior brother Ling doesn't want the position of Huangzi, Shang Guanhong don't care either. Shang Guanhong said loudly. Medicine King's son Bu narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. He could see that Fengming Wuliang really couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Fengming's temper, it was absolutely impossible for him to not make a move until now. It seemed that he had to adjust his strategy to avoid a direct confrontation with Ling Xiao. How dare you? Is the position of Huangzi something that you can take whenever you want it? Standing beside Fengming Wuliang was a strong man. Compared to the bodyguard who appeared at Ji Mingxing's residence back then, he was much stronger. Third Grotto Heaven, realm martial artist. It seemed that Fengming Wuliang also felt the strength of his enemy, so the bodyguard he brought out was even stronger. After all, he couldn't just personally attack every time he met someone. Is there a rule that states that the position of Huang Zi must be accepted? Shang Guanhong asked coldly. Here, other than a few absolute experts, there was also Ling Xiao. He didn't fear anyone at all, including this third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. How dare you? I think your mind has been disturbed by that Ling Xiao, and you already don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The martial artist beside Feng Ming Wuliang said with a gloomy face. You can try and see who exactly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shang Guanhong sneered. You haven't fought with Ling Xiao before, so you'll never know how powerful he is. His mouth is quite fierce. If you have the ability, then make a move. Courting death. The sound of air being torn apart burst out. That third Grotto Heaven realm bodyguard held a sharp dagger in his hand, turned into a resplendent dagger light, and stabbed towards Shang Guanhong. Boom! An intense collision exploded in the sky. A disdainful smile appeared on Shang Guanhong's face. Compared to Ling Xiao, you are simply a piece of trash. You have a cultivation base, but you don't know how to use it. I will definitely defeat you in 10 moves. The two's battle practically didn't land on the ground, completely unfolding in the sky. 2 moves, 3 moves, 7 moves, 8 moves. Shang Guanhong became braver as he fought, but that bodyguard became more alarmed the more he fought. Shang Guanhong was right. He thought that Shang Guanhong wasn't his match at all. After all, Shang Guanhong lost to Ling Xiao, who had the same cultivation. However, after these 8 moves, he discovered that he was unable to break through Shang Guanhong's strange and unpredictable defense at all. Not to mention injuring the other party, he didn't even have the chance to touch the other party. How did Ling Xiao do it? This bodyguard's heart was filled with bewilderment. However, there wasn't much time left for him. Shang Guanhong's face revealed a cold smile. Next move, I'll defeat you. 7-colored sacred arrow. Although it was the same move, the power was increased, but the key was in the way the move was executed. Previously, Shang Guanhong's 7-colored sacred arrow was aimed at the enemy's vital points. However, the vital points were usually the places that martial artists paid the most attention to protecting, so it wasn't easy to succeed. So now, he was aiming at the enemy's flaws. He didn't have Ling Xiao's mountain river martial spirit, nor did he have Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, but he had the rainbow martial spirit. Every rainbow light could help him capture the enemy's moves and analyze the flaws from them. The reason why he wanted to use the 9th move was that he could already determine what the opponent's flaws were. The sharp arrow shot out and instantly broke through the bodyguard's defense, heading straight for his throat. However, at this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed the arrow. Shang Guanhong is indeed talented, but you're looking down on the royal family too much. The person who made the move turned out to be one of the 10 Phoenix sons, Feng Ming Wuxian. He grabbed the arrow and slapped it towards Shang Guanhong, who was in midair. His speed and angle were perfect. Shang Guanhong felt that he couldn't avoid it at all. Feng Ming Wuxian was indeed a guy who ranked in the upper middle of the 10 Phoenix sons. He was indeed powerful. His little life was finished. At this moment, he didn't regret his decision. He just felt that Feng Ming Wuxian was really shameless. He wanted to fight with all his strength. Even if he died, he couldn't back down. However, at this moment, a cold and mocking voice sounded. Is it the style of the royal family to casually intervene in other people's battles? Ha! I've learned that this style is the so-called shamelessness. Bang! Another crashing sound was heard. The one who blocked Feng Ming Wuxian was Ling Xiao. The two of them retreated 5 or 6 steps at the same time, their eyes filled with surprise. Feng Ming Wuxian was surprised that Ling Xiao's strength could actually block his palm. Ling Xiao was surprised that Feng Ming Wushan was so powerful, and he was only the seventh Golden Phoenix son. How strong were the monsters in front of him? Chapter 1358. However, Ling Xiao was overjoyed and excited after the initial shock. The stronger the enemy, the greater his motivation. Otherwise, without an opponent, there would be no motivation to cultivate. You're good. Feng Ming Wushan smiled. You're good too. Ling Xiao also smiled. Although you're good, you can only take one of my palms at most. You can't even beat me. How are you going to challenge the other 6 phoenixes? Are you going to rely on that mouth of yours? Feng Ming Wushan changed the topic. Although you're good too, you're just passable. With your strength, you're still no match for me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Ling Xiao stood there, his battle intent suddenly erupting. Fighting with Shang, Guanhong, was really not satisfying enough. He believed that only by fighting with Feng Ming Wushan would he be able to truly unleash his potential. Perhaps he would break through because of this. After all, he still had a strong move that he had yet to use. Have we been out of touch for too long? Shang Guanhong can defeat a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. It's already ridiculous enough. Ling Xiao can actually take one of Golden Phoenix's palms. How strong is he? Everyone looked at this scene and was extremely emotional. Perhaps Qingshu College is really going to rise. At least this time, Ling Xiao, Shang Guanhong, and that Longchen will be able to stand out in the Longhu selection. If Haim Myung Ko can recover, they might also be able to get a ranking. Yes, the entire Qingshu College seems to have come alive as soon as Ling Xiao returned. Isn't that so? Ling Xiao just came back and killed the Celebrity Phoenix and Heavenly Rock Phoenix. Now, he took one of the palms of Golden Phoenix, who is ranked 7th. His strength really makes people look forward to it. Just now, he said that he wants to challenge all the 10 phoenixes. Although he's a little arrogant, I think those who are ranked at the bottom will be worried. Although Ling Xiao brought a great impact to everyone, most people were more optimistic about the few monsters ranked at the top of the 10 phoenixes. After all, those people had already broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm a long time ago, while Ling Xiao had only just broken through. What's more, including the Golden Phoenix's son, Feng Ming and Wushan. Each of these 7 people had their own unique martial soul and bloodline power. They were double innate martial artists. Compared to them, Ling Xiao was still somewhat lacking. Today, Ling Xiao was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by Feng Ming Wushan's palm. They directly ignored the fact that Feng Ming Wushan had also taken 5 or 6 steps back. They probably thought that Feng Ming Wushan had deliberately retreated, afraid that Shang Guanhong would sneak attack him. Of course, there was one point of view that everyone agreed on. That was Ling Xiao was definitely the most talented and promising young man of this era. He was only 17. Among the 10 Phoenix sons, the youngest was Piao Shui, who was already 18 years old. The rest were already 20 years old. If Ling Xiao was given enough time, he might really be able to challenge the 10 great phoenixes. But would Ling Xiao have the time? Many people had this question. Ling Xiao provoked the 10 great phoenixes today and humiliated the emperor Feng Ming Wu Liang. Could he still live for so long? Of course, if someone knew what happened last night in the wilderness leading to Qingshu College, they would not think so. There was no so-called politeness between Ling Xiao and Feng Ming Wu Liang. The conflict between the two of them was already known to the world. Ling Xiao did not give Feng Ming Wu Liang face, and Feng Ming Wu Liang acquiesced to his son's sneak attack on Ling Xiao. The hatred between them could no longer be resolved. It would be great if I could see the battle between the Golden Phoenix and Ling Xiao today. The crowd looked at the sky. In the void, Feng Ming Wushan and Ling Xiao stood opposite each other. Ling Zhao's fighting spirit was very strong. However, Feng Ming Wushan did not seem to have the intention to fight with Ling Xiao. You know, I'm not a combative person. Feng Ming Wushan smiled. You're afraid. You're afraid that you'll lose. Ling Xiao did not give Feng Ming Wushan a chance to step down. And when you sneak attacked Shang Guanhong just now, you didn't seem like a combative person at all. I'm afraid. Ha, I'm just disdainful. My cultivation is much stronger than yours. Even if I win, it's reasonable. It won't do me any good. Feng Ming Wushan was still very indifferent. This guy was worthy of being Feng Ming Qishan's think tank. He knew how to talk and was very tolerant. Of course, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. Just as he said, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. It was reasonable for him to win. But if he failed miserably, it would be a joke. In the end, you don't dare to fight. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully, and then withdrew his fighting spirit. It doesn't matter if you don't fight today. I'll see what excuses you can find during the Longhu selection. Let's go. Although he really wanted to have a good fight with Feng Ming Wushan, if Feng Ming Wushan was not willing to fight, he could not take the initiative to attack. There was nothing to be happy about if he won against a person who had no fighting spirit. He leaped away. Shang Guanhong, Cold Plum, Moon Lady, and the other disciples of Qingshu College also followed behind. After this battle, Ling Zhao's reputation could be said to have soared. It was more exciting than killing the celebrities Huangzi and Tianpeng Huangzi. The disciples of Qingshu College were especially happy. In their eyes, Ling Xiao had become the key to the rise of Qingshu College. Feng Ming Wushan landed on the high platform and looked at Ling Zhao's back. He suddenly sneered and said, Ling Xiao, in my eyes, you are at most a toad that is slightly stronger than an ant. If you can survive before the Dragon Phoenix selection, I can let you know what fear is. He did not whisper these words, but said it in front of everyone present. Everyone understood the meaning of these words. There were clearly two meanings. One of them was that he looked down on Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was only slightly stronger than an ant. The other meaning was that someone had already targeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao might not survive until the day of the Longhu selection. Wushan, it's fortunate that you came today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no one can suppress Ling Xiao. Don't be fooled by his provocation in front of you. It's just a bluff. How would he dare to fight with you? Feng Ming Wuliang said with a smile, Your Majesty is right. People say that he took my palm, but in fact, they don't know that I only used 60% of my strength. I just wanted to teach Shang Guanhong a lesson. It's not strange that Ling Xiao blocked it. Feng Ming Wushan bowed and said, Ling Xiao is really a frog at the bottom of the well. It's ridiculous. I'm afraid that he will lose to Ying Tianxia, the son of Thunder Eagle, who is ranked 8th. If the two princes fight, he is not worth mentioning. Yes, he is just a human from the Tianlong continent. The Jianghu that he sees is only the size of a palm. Naturally, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But do you really want to fight with him? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. Chapter 1359. Are you really going to fight that narrow-minded kid? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. There's no need. I've already looked for Ying Tianxia. Your Majesty also knows that Ying Tianxia is a man who wholeheartedly pursues martial arts but abhors evil. After hearing about Ling Zhao's matter, he went to the Qingshu Academy. It won't be long before Ling Xiao falls into his hands. Ying Tianxia was the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist and the 8th Thunder Eagle Phoenix. Shang Guanhong had wanted to challenge him, but he chose to give up in the end. Even such a proud person dared not provoking Tianxia. That was because Ying Tianxia was a martial arts fanatic, a person who had truly trained his martial arts to perfection. In short, Ing Tianxia was very powerful, much more powerful than Shang Guanhong. Because of this, Feng Ming Wushan felt that even if Ing Tianxia could not defeat Ling Xiao, he could at least frustrate Ling Xiao's spirit. At the same time, he could also exhaust Ling Xiao. In this way, it would be easier to carry out some of his plans. Ing Tianxia did go to Qingshu College and said, "If Ling Xiao has the guts, come and fight with me. Ing Tianxia, I'll be there any time." Then he simply left. However, a terrifying eagle claw mark was left on the scene. This mark was directly imprinted on a huge rock outside Qingshu College. This huge rock was often used by the disciples of Qingshu College to test their palm strength. Because of its strange material, ordinary palm strength could not hurt it at all. The disciples were proud to be able to leave a palm print on this huge rock. However, today, Ing Tianxia's claw mark was 3 inches thick. This was something that had never happened since this huge rock was placed here. Even during the most prosperous period of Qingshu College, no disciple could do this. Ing Tianxia's claw strength was evident. Of course, Ling Xiao was still in the imperial capital square at this time, and did not know about this. When he returned to Qingshu College, he heard about this matter. He smiled and said, "Even if he didn't come, I would have gone to find him." A challenge didn't mean a fight to the death. There were different ways to deal with different people. Ling Xiao didn't have any deep enmity with Ing Tianxia, so challenging Ing Tianxia was just challenging the 10 Phoenix Sons. He just needed to defeat them. As for the claw mark, Ling Xiao chuckled and casually pointed his finger. Before his finger even touched the boulder, a hole had already appeared on it. The hole was about 4 to 5 inches deep, with wisps of black smoke rising from it. Seeing this scene, the originally worried disciples of the Qingshu Academy once again calmed down. Ling Xiao no longer cared about this matter. The matter of challenging Ing Tianxia could be put aside for the time being because he felt that his cultivation was about to make a new breakthrough. Next, he had to seize the opportunity to cultivate. He had already sent out the letter of challenge. Although it was only a verbal challenge, in order to defeat the 10 Phoenix Sons, he had to become stronger. His current cultivation was definitely insufficient. What's more, what happened last night made him feel a strong sense of danger. He absolutely could not let his guard down. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Cold Plum sat outside the door, guarding Ling Xiao. She had made a mistake once, and she didn't want to make it a second time. Last night, she was not by Ling Xiao's side, and she almost made a big mistake. This only made her feel resentful. "Senior brother Ling, the Vice Dean invites you in." A voice suddenly sounded outside the door. It was a junior brother of the college, and the voice was very familiar. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Although cultivation was very important, he still had to meet Feng Qinyan. "Lead the way." Ling Xiao went out and said to the junior brother. The man walked in front, all the way to Feng Qinyan's room. Qingshu College was built on a mountain, and the scenery was beautiful. However, there were fewer students now, so it seemed a lot more deserted. Along the way, only the junior brother, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum followed behind. When they were about to reach Feng Qinyan's room, the junior brother turned around and looked at Cold Plum. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Ling, the Vice Dean only said that he wants to meet you, but he didn't say that senior sister Lung should follow him." "Cold Plum, wait here. I'll be back soon." Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum and said, "You can't follow me to the toilet, right?" Cold Plum blushed and said, "All right, master, I'll wait here. If there's anything, inform me immediately." "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded and continued to walk forward with the junior brother. Soon, they entered the room and disappeared from Cold Plum's sight. In the room, Feng Qinyan was sitting there. There were a few books on the table, and he was casually flipping through them. Ling Xiao, you're here. Take a seat. Feng Qingyan made an inviting gesture and then instructed the junior brother, go make a pot of tea for Ling Xiao. I want the best tea. Yes, Vice Dean. The junior brother left. Ling Xiao didn't sit. Instead, he walked to the table and approached Feng Qingyan. He smiled and said, Vice Dean Feng, I'm cultivating. If you have something to say to me, can you say it directly? Say it directly? Feng Qingyan was stunned for a moment and said, all right. He also stood up and gently patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. At that moment, Ling Xiao's finger pierced through his throat. Why? Why? Even though his throat was pierced, this person could still speak. His body quickly retreated, and a terrifying aura instantly burst out. Why? Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile and said, your disguise technique is very powerful. To be honest, I was almost fooled by you. But I'm afraid you don't know. No matter what cultivation level a martial artist has, there are no secrets in front of me. Vice Dean Feng Qingyan is already a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. Although you're also a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, you're only at the second Grotto Heaven realm. How can you compare to him? But how dare you kill me? What if Vice Dean Feng Qingyan is just joking with you? The assassin felt that his throat was constantly being torn apart and rotted. The terrifying temperature was constantly draining his life force away. He was terrified and surprised. He didn't know how he was seen through, and he didn't understand why Ling Xiao dared to kill him. Feng Qingyan isn't as senseless as you. If you want to impersonate him, you should know him better. You can't make such a joke in front of me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Haha, what a mistake. He thought that the assassination was foolproof, but before he could do it, Ling Xiao saw through him. The assassin's fake face showed a regretful expression. You deserve to die. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and instantly approached the assassin. A terrifying heat was released from his hand, and the assassin's body began to burn rapidly. Senior Brother Ling, what are you doing? You're crazy. Outside the door, a junior brother rushed in with tea. The teacup and teapot fell to the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao with horror and confusion. He's an assassin in disguise. He's not Vice Dean Feng Qingyan. Ling Xiao said lightly. Then he clapped his hands lightly, and the assassin was burned to ashes. Chapter 1360. How is this possible? I clearly heard his voice, and he looks exactly the same. There's also that Grotto Heaven realm aura. It can't be fake. The junior brother rushed over and lay on the ground, searching for traces of Feng Qingyan. Ling Xiao leaned over to help him up. In that instant, the junior brother suddenly turned his head and spat out a long sword that looked like a poisonous thorn. It flickered with a cold light as it pierced towards him. Another Grotto Heaven realm assassin. Ling Xiao was shocked in his heart. It turned out that when he was still in the Heaven realm, those Grotto Heaven realm martial artists didn't take him seriously at all. Therefore, the people sent to deal with him wouldn't be many Grotto Heaven realm experts. But today he had just exposed his cultivation, and two such powerful assassins had come. They were both proficient in disguise techniques, and they were both at the second Grotto Heaven realm. It seemed that his opponent was taking him more and more seriously. Gotcha! At the critical moment, Ling Xiao actually opened his mouth and bit the cold light, and then directly bit it off. What? The assassin had already done very well. He had concealed his killing intent, and his acting skills were also very good. But unfortunately, like the assassin who had exposed himself before, his cultivation had exposed his identity. He was a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, while that junior brother of Ling Xiao was only a Heaven realm martial artist with a Heaven realm cultivation base. If he couldn't even distinguish this bit of aura, he could just throw away his mountain river marshal spirit. You're very strong, but it's a pity that you exposed yourself too early. Otherwise, with the two of you working together, I might really be killed. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and had no intention of fighting back. The assassin knew that it was impossible for him to take action now, so he jumped out of the window and fled into the distance. This kind of action was also the quality of a qualified assassin. Just like what Ling Xiao said to Feng Shidao, it was best for an assassin not to face his opponent head-on. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to losing his advantage. They had lured Ling Xiao here precisely because there was no one here. Feng Qingyan had gone to Feng Yinshan. However, if the battle here was too intense, someone would definitely be alarmed. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. It was not because he wanted to let the assassin go, but because he had a better plan. Cold Plum stopped chasing. Outside, Ling Xiao saw a figure pass by quickly and immediately called out to stop. Understood, Master. Cold Plum never asked why, because she knew that Ling Xiao must have his reasons for doing so. The killer looked behind him and saw that no one was chasing him. He immediately relaxed his vigilance, but he didn't notice that there was a strange inscription flashing on his back. After escaping from Qingshu College, they arrived at the forest outside. Someone was there to pick them up immediately. What's the situation? It didn't work again. There were 4 people in total. 2 of them stood further away, while the other 2 were standing right next to the killer. This won't do. That Ling Xiao is too cunning. He discovered us before we even made a move. That guy must have some ability that allows him to see through other people's cultivation. The assassin shook his head and said, helplessly, "Wait, what's that on your back?" Finally, someone realized that something was wrong. However, at that moment, the assassin's body exploded. The 2 people closest to the assassin were killed on the spot. Although the other 2 people were further away, one of them had a broken leg, and the other was blinded in one eye. Everyone's black scarves were blown up, revealing their true faces. The 2 people who died were Jia Tianfeng's henchmen. The one who had a broken leg was Jia Tianfeng himself. The one who was blinded in one eye was Kong Ming. These 2 people wanted to assassinate Ling Xiao, but they didn't even touch Ling Xiao's hair. Instead, they were set up by Ling Xiao. Quick, let's go. Jia Tianfeng was in great pain because of his broken leg, but he still thought of a terrible thing. Since Ling Xiao had set them up, he would definitely come after them. If they didn't leave now, they would be dead. Although these 2 people were injured, they were experts in the Grotto Heaven realm, so they quickly fled the scene. Master, is it okay to let them go? After Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming left, Cold Plum asked in confusion. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming are just 2 small fish. There should be a big fish behind them. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. I can kill those 2 small fish whenever I want. Today, I'll treat it as teaching them a lesson. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at the 3 corpses that had been blown to smithereens on the ground. His gaze turned cold. To be able to bribe 2 such powerful assassins to deal with him, the person behind them was definitely not an ordinary person. Although Phoenix Cry Immeasurable was the most suspicious, but he needed an accurate answer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be happy if he let the person who really wanted to kill him escape. On the way back to the academy, Ling Xiao met the Moon Lady, who was waiting for him on the way. You met another assassin? Do you want me to help you destroy the 5 Poison Hall? The Moon Lady said coldly. She was really a little angry. The enemy had repeatedly tried to take Ling Xiao's life, which made the Moon Lady extremely angry. She was by Ling Xiao's side, but the other party was so unscrupulous. They simply didn't take her seriously. Did they really think that she wouldn't dare to do anything? I won't go so far as to destroy the 5 Poison Hall. Besides, We can't find the whereabouts of the 5 Poison Hall. However, I've already confirmed the location of the Divine Phoenix branch. If Sister Moon Lady really wants to vent your anger, you can help me destroy it. There was a limit to Ling Zhao's patience. He didn't find trouble with the 5 Poison Hall branch, but the other party came to find trouble with him more than once. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to go against the Dark God Palace? Okay, I'll go later, the Moon Lady said. Don't you want to go at night? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Doing such things during the day can cause a bigger sensation. If you want to do it secretly at night, you have to do it openly. The Moon Lady smiled. Well, Sister Moon Lady, you're so considerate. However, Sister Moon Lady, you should try to treat yourself better in the future. And Cold Plum, you too. I know you care about me, but you have to think about yourself. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Master, do you hate me? Do you find me annoying? Cold Plum immediately panicked. Although the Moon Lady didn't say anything, she was obviously a little stunned. I say, what are you thinking? The two of you are now the closest and most trusted people to me. How can I hate or be annoyed by you? It's just that the enemies I have to face are getting stronger and stronger. You can't not rest. Only when you rest well can you fight side by side with me better. Ling Xiao hurriedly explained. Now, I need your protection to develop well. However, it'll be soon. After I reach the Yin-Yang realm, I'll protect you well. If Ling Xiao said this in the past, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum would probably be a little skeptical. After all, the Ling Xiao of the past couldn't even break through to the heaven realm. But it was different now. In just over 2 years, Ling Xiao had broken through from the martial vein realm to the transcendent realm, heaven realm, and grotto heaven realm. Above the grotto heaven realm was the Yin-Yang realm. Although for many people, this was a distance that they might not be able to cross even if they worked hard for a lifetime. But for Ling Xiao, it was nothing. Chapter 1361. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum returned to their rooms to rest and meditate. After all, they knew very well that if they wanted to be of help to Ling Xiao, they had to constantly improve their cultivation. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would become a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's talent was too terrifying. It was not difficult to catch up with them. However, just as they left and Ling Xiao returned to his room to cultivate, a noble and somewhat delicate woman appeared. Princess Lian, Ling Xiao smiled and said, Why are you looking for me? Can you call me Lian? I don't like to be so distant. Feng Minglian's expression revealed a bit of longing. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He knew what Feng Minglian was thinking at this time. After leaving her mother and offending the Ice Phoenix clan, she really did not have any sense of security in the imperial capital. She did not know who to trust except for Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's friends were very good to her, it was hard to dispel the loneliness in one's heart. Okay, Lian, why are you looking for me? Ling Xiao really couldn't harden his heart in front of this lovely and moving beauty. The key was that this girl was really pitiful. Can you accompany me for a walk? Feng Minglian asked. Okay, Ling Xiao nodded, and then the two walked together on the beautiful path of Qingshu College. The fragrance of grass and flowers intertwined, forming an intoxicating atmosphere. The river under the small bridge flowed slowly, and frogs croaked from time to time, adding a bit of liveliness. Feng Minglian's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, with someone she could trust by her side, and with the beautiful flowers, birds, insects, and fish in the natural world, she felt very comfortable. Brother Ling, do you know that my dream is to be able to live with someone who loves me and live an ordinary life? Isn't it a bit ridiculous? Feng Minglian suddenly asked. It's not funny. Staying with someone who loves you, no matter how hard life is still blissful. However, there is one thing that I must say. Without great strength, this kind of happiness won't last for long. Although he was unwilling to burst Feng Minglian's beautiful dream, there were some words that Ling Xiao still had to say. Why? Feng Minglian asked doubtfully. Ever since she was young, she had been like a bird in a cage. She longed for the outside world, but was unable to leave. Although I was a beggar when I was young, I was very happy and blessed with Grandpa Hong Chi and my friends. Grandpa cared about me a lot, and my friends were very fun to play with. But the nightmare still came. Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly as he said, "In the profound world, cultivators are the ones who decide everything. We are just beggars, but there are some people who bully beggars for fun. Every time they bully beggars, they take away 1 or 2 lives. I saw my friends being beaten to death with my own eyes, but there was nothing I could do. My so-called happy life collapsed in an instant." Feng Minglian was stunned when she heard this. She thought that cultivation would not be of any use. She thought that she could live a good and happy life without fighting with the world. But Ling Zhao's words were tantamount to giving her a head-on blow. In the profound world, a happy life depends on strength. Miss Lien seems to be quite strong, but why haven't I seen you fight? Ling Xiao naturally understood that Feng Minglian's cultivation was not bad. She might be a monstrous genius like him. This woman was not old, but her cultivation was already at the first grotto heaven realm. My cultivation was forced by my mother. In the past, I always thought that it was this kind of cultivation that led to my misfortune, so I didn't practice it well. But your words surprised me, Feng Minglian explained. Don't look at my cultivation. I haven't practiced any martial skills because I don't want to hurt anyone. Don't want to hurt others, but don't give up the ability to protect yourself. Ling Xiao reminded, I believe you have seen it during this period. Someone has been targeting me and has been sending people to assassinate me. Think about it. If I had the same idea as you, what would the result be? Feng Minglian was stunned for a moment, and then her expression changed greatly. She was not stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. Perhaps it was because the blood of the human and divine Phoenix clan flowed in her body. She had more potential than ordinary humans and divine phoenixes, and she was smarter. Naturally, she could understand Ling Zhao's words. Big Brother Ling, help me cultivate. I know many martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan, but I don't know how to cultivate them. Feng Minglian trusted Ling Xiao, so she also believed what Ling Xiao said. Coupled with the recent events, she gradually understood that blindly being kind was not a good thing. It would only make you seem weak and easy to bully. She had to become stronger. Only then could she protect herself. No problem. I can guide you in your cultivation. Ling Xiao did not refuse. After all, Feng Minglian was saved by him. As the saying goes, help a person to the end. Helping Feng Minglian master the ability to protect her life was also a kind of relief for him. He did not have to waste energy protecting her. What's more, he could also borrow the martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan for reference. Every move of his light and shadow profound meaning was comprehended based on existing martial skills. It did not come out of thin air. If he could get some inspiration from the martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan, perhaps the later moves would be comprehended faster. Thank you, Big Brother Ling, Feng Minglian said excitedly. Every time she was excited, her face would blush slightly, revealing an intoxicating expression. Even Ling Xiao felt that it was difficult to resist this pitiful temptation. Ling Xiao hurriedly turned his head to the side and looked at little Yu in the river. He suddenly thought of something, turned his head again, and asked, Lien you are a member of the Ice Phoenix clan, so you should have heard about Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue, right? Feng Minglian thought for a moment and said, "Of course I know. In the secret chamber of the Ice Phoenix clan, there is a book dedicated to these two people. During the days when I was under house arrest, there was an old granny who watched over me and took care of my life. When she was free, she would tell me what happened in the past." "Can you tell me?" Ling Xiao asked. Since learning that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue were his parents, Ling Xiao could not wait to know more about them. Since Feng Minglian knew, he naturally had to ask clearly. Of course. Feng Minglian was worried that there was no topic to talk about with Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao took the initiative to bring up this topic, she had a lot to say. Ling Xiao had already learned about Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue from Hongqi at the beginning, but he still listened carefully. Towards the end, Feng Minglian talked about a terrifying matter that made his hair stand on end. The world thinks that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue have no children, but in fact, they have a pair of children. Feng Minglian said, Chapter 1362, a son and a daughter? That is to say, they have a son and a daughter? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right. Their son's origin is very strange. It's said that he was born from a strange stone, but their daughter is their biological daughter. Before their son was born, their daughter was already more than 10 years old. Her appearance combined the advantages of her parents. She could be said to be an absolute beauty, even more beautiful than her mother, Yu Xianyue. Feng Minglian explained. Yu Xianyue is the #1 beauty of the Soul Clan. Her daughter has the appearance of the #1 beauty of the Soul Clan at the age of 12 or 13. Her aptitude is even better than her parents. She is simply a peerless monster. Peerless monster? Yes. Brother Ling, you may not like to hear this. Her aptitude is even more terrifying than yours. When she was 12, she was already a martial artist in the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Feng Minglian replied, It is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. After roaming the Jianghu for so long, he had never heard of a child reaching the 10th Grotto Heaven realm at the age of 12. How did she cultivate? How terrifying was her talent? But on second thought, it didn't seem so surprising. He reached the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm in 2 years, but she reached the 10th Grotto Heaven realm in 12 years. In terms of talent, she didn't seem to be weak. It seems that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue have focused on cultivating her? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. With such talent, if she is properly cultivated, she can reach the Yin-Yang realm at the age of 15 or 16. Even the human king back then couldn't compare to her. However, something strange happened when she was 12. Feng Minglian's face suddenly turned a little pale. Something strange? Yes. That year, this child named Ji Lingyue mysteriously disappeared. According to the information, before she disappeared, she had met the Divine Phoenix Emperor, who is now the ancestor of the Fire Phoenix tribe. Feng Minglian replied, The ancestor of the Fire Phoenix tribe. How many ancestors does your royal family have? Ling Xiao found the key problem in Feng Minglian's words. The Fiery Phoenix tribe has 2 patriarchs, black and white. The one Ji Lingyue met was Patriarch White Sunday. She's a kind-looking old lady who once took in many orphans. Both Patriarch White Sun and Patriarch Black Sun are supreme experts in the Yin-Yang realm. Feng Minglian replied, The Ice Phoenix clan has an ancestor, the one who attacked before. The Dark Phoenix clan is the most terrifying. They have 3 ancestors, but they were sealed by Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue back then. I don't even know if they are still alive now. Hearing this, Ling Zhao's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the royal family. If the black and white patriarchs were as strong as the Ice Phoenix patriarch, then The Moon Maiden would probably be unable to resist them. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the Fire Phoenix tribe and was an ally of Feng Yinshan. That was why the two patriarchs of the Fire Phoenix tribe did not attack him. But what was going on with his sister, Ji Lingyue? Could he have been killed by ancestor Bai Yang? You must be very confused. What happened to Ji Lingyue? Feng Minglian asked. Yes, their daughter mysteriously disappeared. Those two must have gone crazy, right? Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. Their daughter actually went missing in the Divine Phoenix Empire. This made Ji Fuling and Yu Xianhua furious. Even though they are kind and upright people, they would inevitably commit some atrocities. They almost tore down the Divine Phoenix Palace at that time and beat the black and white patriarchs until they knelt down and begged for mercy. Later, there was suddenly news from overseas that someone saw an unconscious Ji Lingyue on a ship. She might have been taken away by human traffickers. Feng Minglian continued. Many people thought that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianhua left the Divine Phoenix Empire only because they finished their business here and planned to continue adventuring. However, they did not know that their most important goal was to find their missing daughter. Then, was Ji Lingyue really abducted by human traffickers? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not too sure about this. It's just that the old granny told me that Ji Lingyue, a dignified 10th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, was not even afraid of a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Unless it was a Yin-Yang realm martial artist, it was impossible for her to be abducted. She also said that she once saw the sword Ji Lingyue used in the palace. Feng Minglian replied. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine. If he guessed correctly, his sister Ji Lingyue had probably been killed, and the ones who did it were the black and white patriarchs of the Fire Phoenix tribe. However, his parents were not as ruthless as him. They did not use the cruelest methods to interrogate, so there were some fish that escaped the net. Since his parents did not find out the truth, he would investigate it. He hoped that his sister was not killed. Although he had never met this sister of his, and had never even met his own parents, he still had to find out the truth about his loved ones being killed. He even suspected that the reason his parents stepped into the gate of heavens chosen was to find his sister Ji Lingyue. It was this incident that caused a series of chain reactions that led to his miserable childhood. No matter what, he had to try and do something about it. All right, Lian, I'll help you cultivate. Ling Xiao planned to first bury what he knew deep in his heart because he did not have enough strength to offend the black and white patriarchs and the Ice Phoenix ancestor at the same time. Although he was usually arrogant, he was not a brainless idiot. He knew that when it was time to endure, he had to endure. Otherwise, not only would he die, but he would also cause the deaths of his family and friends. Okay, Feng Minglian did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking. She only vaguely felt that Ling Xiao was a bit too concerned about Ji Fuling and Yu Xianhua. However, she understood that Ling Xiao was from the Heavenly Dragon Continent, so he was more interested in these two heroes. Ling Xiao brought Feng Minglian to the cultivation holy land of Qingshu College, an extremely spacious mountain peak. This was because some cultivation methods could cause quite a commotion. If one were to cultivate in a house, the house might really burn down. Feng Minglian had been trapped in the Ice Phoenix clan for a long time and was forced to cultivate by her mother, Feng Mingxiao. So interestingly, the place where she was trapped was precisely the Ice Phoenix clan's secret library. There were vast martial arts manuals here. When Feng Minglian was bored, she would read these manuals as leisure books. Otherwise, if the old granny left, she would be bored to death. In the secret library, the essence of all the martial arts of the Ice Phoenix clan was condensed. Perhaps even Feng Mingxiao didn't think that his daughter would have the ability to remember things with a single glance. Regardless of whether she understood the books she read or not, she could remember them in her mind. Ling Xiao pointed a finger on Feng Minglian's forehead and felt the vast martial arts manuals in her mind. He was really shocked. He thought that the martial arts of the Ice Phoenix clan should be related to the Ice Phoenix bloodline. However, he was wrong. Chapter 1363. The Ice Phoenix clan had produced several immortal emperors over the years. In addition, they had obtained the martial arts manuals from the Dark Phoenix clan's secret treasure tower, as well as the martial arts manuals collected and plundered from all over the world. They had hundreds of times more martial arts manuals than the Yuehua sect. Sword techniques, palm techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques. Wait, there were only things you couldn't think of, but nothing you couldn't find. Of course, the martial arts in Feng Minglian's mind were only suitable for martial artists below the Yinyang realm, including Yinyang realm martial artists. After all, the foundation of martial arts in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent was relatively poor. What was even more gratifying was that all the martial arts here were categorized according to different bloodlines and martial souls. It was easy to find something suitable for oneself. For example, with a sword martial soul, one could practice various sword techniques and cultivation methods that were compatible with the sword techniques. Among them, the most terrifying was the Four Seasons sword technique. After mastering the sword technique, one could actually change the climate and affect the alternation of the four seasons within a certain range. Its lethality was amazing. Another example was the Ice attribute martial arts that were compatible with the Ice Phoenix clan's bloodline. It included a combination of martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. When used, it could better mobilize the strange cold power contained in the Ice Phoenix clan's bloodline. It could freeze everything and even directly kill the opponent. There were also special martial arts that were compatible with the herb martial soul. It could greatly improve the healing effect of this type of martial soul, and the martial artist who had this type of martial soul could continue to fight. Although many martial artists who cultivated this type of martial arts eventually became pharmacists, such as Dai Yuling, but there were also some who were different. If a herb martial soul was truly developed, one could basically maintain an immortal body in battle, which was also quite terrifying. It was just more difficult. Ling Xiao was good at alchemy, but he was lacking in healing martial arts. This was because his self-healing ability was enough, and he was also good at alchemy, so he didn't need to be distracted to cultivate these. After all, a person's energy was limited. Ling Xiao might have more energy than others, so he could cultivate all kinds of things faster. But now what he needed to do was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Whether it was alchemy, refining tools, or refining formations, they were all to improve his strength. Today, he helped Feng Minglian cultivate, and also wanted to find martial arts to improve his strength. Of course, his ultimate goal was still to increase his cultivation base and comprehend or perfect the profound meaning of light and shadow. After experiencing so many battles, Ling Xiao was well aware of the terror of the profound meaning of light and shadow. Therefore, he would not divert his attention to other martial arts. Even if he were to learn them, it would be to make the light and shadow profound meaning even more powerful. Lien, you have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan, and you have awakened the Ice Sword martial spirit. I suggest you cultivate this Dark North scripture. It is a combination of cultivation methods and martial skills. It is very useful for mobilizing the potential of your bloodline and the power of your martial spirit. Ling Xiao chose the most suitable martial arts for Feng Minglian. Once he cultivated this set of martial arts, he could at least cultivate to the peak of the Yinyang realm, or even break through to a higher realm. It could be said to be done once and for all. All right, then I'll have to trouble Brother Ling to help me. Feng, Ming, Lien trusted Ling Xiao, and trusted Ling Xiao's vision even more. After all, she had seen Ling Xiao's strength with her own eyes. Then, Ling Xiao used the Tai Chi eye to analyze this set of martial arts, and directly transmitted it into Feng, Ming, Lien's mind through his soul power. As for how much Feng Ming Lien could understand, and how much she could cultivate, it was all up to her. Looking at Feng Ming Lien cultivating there, Ling Xiao jumped to a higher mountain, and two sets of martial arts appeared in his mind. In the sky, the sun was blazing like fire. Above Ling Xiao's head, there was a divine light sword. This was the 10th profound meaning of light that he had used to defeat Shangguan Hong. This move was already abnormally powerful. It could be said that it was Ling Xiao's current strongest attack, and its lethality was even more terrifying than the doomsday of Tao Tai. After all, he had not completely tamed the Tao Tai martial spirit, so the doomsday of Tao Tai still needed to be improved. The divine light sword was already very powerful, but Ling Xiao was still not satisfied. In Feng Ming Lien's memory, there were two sets of powerful martial arts. One was an extreme yang martial art called the Scarlet Sun 9 Transformations, which was a top jade grade martial art. The other set was an extreme yin martial art called the Demonic World Exterminating Art, which was also a top jade grade martial art. Jade grade martial arts were usually only suitable for Grotto Heaven Realm and Yin Yang Realm martial artists. It was similar to the classification of martial arts in the Sky Dragon continent, but there was a slight difference in the names. In the Divine Phoenix continent, each grade of martial arts was divided into 4 grades: low rank, middle rank, high rank, and peak rank. Jade grade low and middle martial arts were more suitable for Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists to cultivate, while high and top martial arts were more suitable for Yin Yang Realm martial artists to cultivate. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao could not cultivate the Scarlet Sun 9 Transformations and the Demonic World Exterminating Art. Of course, this was the truth. However, Ling Xiao did not want to cultivate them, but wanted to use these two sets of martial arts as a blueprint to strengthen his 10th profound meaning of light. The 10th profound meaning of light was the divine light sword. The 10th profound meaning of shadow was the dark devil sword. It was very compatible with these two sets of martial arts and could definitely greatly increase their power. Even the human king of the past would not have thought of this idea. The human king cultivated too quickly, and he learned too many things without anyone's help. Thus, he only grasped the most basic control of some profound meanings and did not continue to improve them. Ling Xiao was lucky. With the help of the human king's remnant soul, he sealed away those messy things and focused on cultivating the 9 cauldrons martial arts. Just the first cauldron's profound meaning of light had already benefited him greatly. Furthermore, with the mountain river martial spirit, the cultivation speed of the 9 cauldrons martial arts was extremely fast, and the power it could display was also very terrifying. At this time, it was daybreak. The scarlet sun was high in the sky, and its blazing light shone on Ling Xiao's body. The scarlet sun in the mountain river world also shone brightly, and it actually exploded with an incomparably powerful light and heat. In that instant, the terrifyingly high temperature on the entire mountain actually burned many plants and trees to a crisp. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in this high temperature, but he did not think much of it. I'll cultivate the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations during the day and the Demonic World Destruction art at night. It's decided. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a series of intertwining lights appeared in front of his eyes. These lights intertwined together and actually formed many strange words. If one studied carefully, they would discover that it was the secret technique of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. The so-called Scarlet Sun 9 transformations referred to the Rising Sun transformation, Fierce Sun transformation, Violent Sun transformation, True Sun transformation, Pure Sun transformation, Heavenly Sun transformation, Extreme Sun transformation, Black Sun transformation, Armageddon transformation. With each transformation, the power would increase, and the strength of the move could be determined according to the strength of the enemy's cultivation. The current power of Ling Xiao's divine light sword was actually unable to reach the lowest level of the Rising Sun transformation. In other words, if it was combined with the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations, the power of the divine light sword would increase by a terrifying 9 times. Chapter 1364. Even if Ling Xiao was unable to comprehend the ultimacy after the 10th ultimacy, Ling Xiao's combat power would increase by leaps and bounds. There was no doubt about that. Even though cultivating the 9 transformations of the Crimson Sun required a lot of pain and was extremely difficult to comprehend, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He had experienced too much suffering, and it had become a habit. He was good at finding joy in the midst of suffering. As for comprehension, with the Mountain River martial spirit and the Tai Chi Eye, it was easy for him to comprehend a jade grade martial art. If someone was beside him at this moment, they would definitely notice that the inscriptions in Ling Xiao's eyes were jumping at an extremely fast speed. The words formed by the light in front of him were also changing constantly. After a while, the words disappeared, and Ling Xiao closed his eyes. All the secrets had already been integrated into Ling Xiao's mind. Now, all he needed to do was to concentrate on his cultivation. His cultivation was naturally not quite the same as ordinary martial artists. Others had to follow the instructions of the martial art, but he had to integrate it with the divine sword of light and the light ultimacy. Although it was difficult to integrate, once he succeeded, his cultivation would be smooth sailing. The domain origin energy circulated between his meridians and the heavenly abode. The Scarlet Sun in the sky and the Scarlet Sun in the Mountain River realm shone together. The 2 types of light poured into Ling Xiao's body and were absorbed by his limbs and bones. They were swallowed by his spirit sea. At this moment, the Moon Lady was cultivating nearby. She was still worried about Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's strange situation, it was as if the Scarlet Sun God had descended to the mortal world. She was shocked. The human king neglected to use other martial arts to increase the power of the 9 cauldrons martial art. I didn't expect you to think of it. Looks like your future is brighter than the human king's. The Moon Lady smiled sweetly and closed her eyes to begin her cultivation. On the mountain peak, Ling Xiao's entire body was glowing. His entire body was enveloped by the heavenly abode, making him look like a small sun. The soil and sand on the ground were all scorched and then turned into something like lava. It looked extremely strange. Within Ling Xiao's body, there were 2 completely different types of elemental energy. One represented the light Upanishad, which was blazing and bright. One represented the shadow Upanishad, which was evil and terrifying. Now, he temporarily suppressed the power of shadow and released the power of light. The power of light fused with the radiance of the Scarlet Sun, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Ling Xiao felt as if his internal organs were being roasted under high temperature. A cry of pain erupted from his throat. This was because he felt as if he had been thrown into a pool of lava. This kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. But Ling Xiao endured it. He had experienced similar pain before, and at that time, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Now, he was just going through the pain again. To him, there was nothing to be afraid of. In the middle of the day, Ling Xiao was experiencing scorching pain. But at night, when he cultivated the demonic world extermination art, what he experienced was incomparably cold pain. The heavenly demon destroyer art was divided into 9 stages. They were body destroyer, heart destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, city destroyer, country destroyer, world destroyer, and heaven destroyer, and earth destroyer. The first 5 stages were targeted at killing people. The last 4 stages were to kill people regardless of whether they were humans or animals. When Ling Xiao was comprehending this cultivation technique, a ruthless aura arose spontaneously. Fortunately, he had the mountain river martial soul, so he didn't completely fall into the devil's path and become an evil demon. He liked to do things according to his heart. Regardless of whether it was good or evil, he would measure it according to his heart. He didn't want to be blindly good or evil. He didn't know what kind of stimulation the person who created this cultivation technique had gone through, but this cultivation technique was really cruel and evil. Most people on the righteous path wouldn't bother to learn it. Even if they learned it, they wouldn't expose it easily. But Ling Xiao was different. He had never thought of himself as a righteous person. His actions were both righteous and evil, all based on his heart. So even if it was such an evil martial art, he still dared to learn it. As long as he had control of the martial art in his hands, then regardless of whether it was good or evil, he could use it. During the day, he cultivated the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and absorbed the heat of the Scarlet Sun. The cultivation effect was excellent, but the injuries and pain his body suffered were also greater. During the night, he cultivated the Heavenly Demon Destroyer art. The Coldine Chi was even more abundant. The cultivation effect was also excellent, but the pain he suffered was even more terrifying. In other words, Ling Xiao experienced the torture of alternating cold and heat during the day and night. Originally, he could have rested for a while and lessened the pain in his body. But he didn't do that. His time was limited. He had to seize all the time he could to continue improving his strength. For 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao sat on the mountain peak without moving. During the day, he was like a scarlet sun, dazzling and eye-catching. At night, he was like a demon's domain, eerie and terrifying, abnormally cold. On the mountain peak below him, Feng Minglian also did not open her eyes. The scene there was completely different from where Ling Xiao was. That place was a frozen scene. The entire mountain peak had become a world of pure white snow and ice crystals. The disciples of Qingshu College, who happened to pass by, discovered the strange situation, and then spread the news. Almost every day, there would be people passing by to admire this strange scene. Cold Plum also came by, and then blocked the road, not allowing anyone to disturb Ling Xiao and Feng Minglian's cultivation. On the 4th day, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. One of his eyes was shining with a dazzling light, while the other was deep and eerie. If anyone dared to look at this eye, they would definitely be frightened to the point that their soul would be shaken. A jade-grade martial art is indeed unfathomable. After 3 days and 3 nights, I could only comprehend the first level. Ling Xiao sighed, but overall, he was still satisfied. The divine light sword had improved by a level. He had comprehended the transformation of the rising sun. The dark demon sword had also improved by a level, comprehending the body destruction. Although it was only a small improvement, in terms of power, it was absolutely incomparable. Back then, the most ordinary divine light sword could kill Shangguan Hong with 1 sword. Now, with the rising sun transformation, the power of the divine light sword was probably more than twice as strong as before. If he told the people of the Ice Phoenix clan about his cultivation speed, those old guys would probably be scared to death. At that time, Ji Lingyue's tragedy would probably be repeated. Ling Xiao had a kind of confidence. When he completely mastered the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art, coupled with the primordial spirit remnant scroll, Esday, and night travel, he would truly become the dual master of night and day. During the day, he would be as dazzling and dazzling as the scarlet sun. During the night, he would be like a demon descending to the world, causing all living creatures to fear. He stood up and looked at the mountain peak below. Feng Minglian was still cultivating there. Chapter 1365. Feng Minglian's comprehension and talent were truly shocking. Even Long Chen wasn't as good as her. The rest of the people couldn't compare to her. If Feng Minglian had cultivated so hard since she was a child, she would be one of the 10 Phoenix Sons today. Although she couldn't be as talented as Ji Lingyue, she was much more powerful than most geniuses. In just 3 days and 3 nights, Feng Minglian had reached the 4th level of the Dark North Sutra. She had also broken through to the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. Even Ling Xiao felt pressured by this cultivation speed. Of course, he knew that this was because the power that had been stored in Feng Minglian's body for a long time had suddenly erupted. When Feng Minglian's cultivation reached the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, it would gradually slow down. At that time, Ling Xiao would have to catch up with her. But Ling Xiao wasn't worried about this. Before Feng Minglian was born, she had been soaked in all kinds of medicinal liquids. At that time, Feng Mingxiao had suffered a lot. He wanted Feng Minglian to become stronger so that she wouldn't be bullied. Now Feng Minglian was younger than Ling Xiao, but she had already cultivated for more than 10 years. Ling Xiao had only cultivated for 2 years, so he had nothing to worry about. Catching up with or even surpassing Feng Minglian wasn't a problem for him. Ling Xiao tore through the air and left. Before leaving, he left behind an array formation to protect Feng Minglian. According to his estimation, Feng Minglian would need at least a month to cultivate. During this time, although he would ask someone to protect her, he was more at ease with the formation. His body trembled. Ling Xiao flashed down Dong Ling Xiao. In a short moment, he disappeared. He left Dong Ling Xiao and strode in the direction of the Celestial Academy. After Ling Xiao left the mountain, several figures immediately appeared. Qingshu College's Dean Zhou Yun crowned Prince Feng Yinshan, and Feng Yinshan's most capable helper and bodyguard, Ming Jin. Ming Jin was originally a genius of the Dark Phoenix race who had been saved by Feng Yinshan. Feng Yinshan had disregarded their former enmity and accepted him as a subordinate. This person was very loyal. From then on, he followed Feng Yinshan wholeheartedly. Many confidential matters were completed by him. Ming Jin and Feng Yinshan's eyes flickered as they looked at the mountain that had been destroyed beyond recognition by the power of light and shadow. Master, what kind of cultivation method do you think Ling Xiao is cultivating? How could he create such a terrifying scene? Also, I seem to smell a strong sense of danger and evil aura. It's shocking. Feng Yinshan asked in a low voice. Not only was the ground scorched, but it also seemed to have been corroded by something. Not even a blade of grass grew. There were still strands of black gas coming out from the ground. If one's cultivation was slightly lower, they would feel uncomfortable standing here. Hard to say. Zhou Yin shook his head. Although he thought of those 2 terrifying martial arts, he could not believe that Ling Xiao was cultivating those 2. After all, it was a top-tier jade-grade martial art. Moreover, it was a treasure of the Ice Phoenix clan. Even they couldn't easily obtain it. Even Master can't guess. This Ling Xiao is getting more and more mysterious. Feng Yinshan frowned and said, I didn't expect even Lien to be so loyal to him. I'm afraid even I can't compare to this person's demonic power. Your Highness, you're overthinking. Ling Xiao is indeed powerful and talented, but he's just a martial artist. He's too ruthless and never leaves any leeway. Now that he has offended Feng Ming Wuliang, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. This is definitely not something a smart person would do. Ming Jin had a high evaluation of Ling Zhao's martial arts talent, but he looked down on Ling Zhao's character. He felt that Ling Xiao was a little too arrogant and didn't know how to endure and restrain himself. Is that so? Isn't that what we want? Feng Yinshan smiled and said, "Go find Ling Xiao and tell him that Jia Tianfeng and Kongming are holding a banquet in Ling Yu's courtyard today. They've invited people from the 5 Poison Hall branch." "Yes, Your Highness." Ming Jin nodded. Of course, he knew what Feng Yinshan meant. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Jia Tianfeng and Kongming so they could do him a favor. At the same time, they could turn everyone's attention to Ling Xiao. This way, it would be much easier for them to do whatever they wanted to do. After Ling Xiao washed up, he planned to rest for a while and go out for a stroll to see what new things had happened in the past few days. However, he saw a piece of paper on his table. "Who sent it?" Ling Xiao asked Cold Plum, who was outside the door. "A very strong person, no weaker than me," Cold Plum replied. "He said it's from the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains." "Understood." Ling Xiao looked at the note and furrowed his brows slightly, but soon after, his brows relaxed again. He had planned to use a long line to catch a big fish and lure out the person behind Jia Tianfeng and Kongming. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The two of them still hadn't learned their lesson and wanted to find someone to deal with him. He didn't have the time to keep being assassinated like this. Now that he had successfully cultivated the new technique, he could try it out. "Big Sister Moon Maiden, I'm going to Ling Yu's courtyard to find Jia Tianfeng and Kongming. Help me destroy the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch." Ling Xiao said loudly. Although he couldn't see the Moon Maiden, he knew that she was nearby. "Master, let me go. The 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch doesn't have an Yin-Yang realm expert." "I can go," Cold Plum volunteered. "All right, be careful. It's best to leave one alive, so that they know who they offended." Ling Zhao's goal in destroying the 5 Poison Hall's branch was to establish his might. If the other party didn't know who did it, then wouldn't he have done all this for nothing? "Understood, Master." Cold Plum obeyed and left. Ling Xiao also set off. This time, the Moon Maiden followed Ling Xiao, but she didn't show herself. She didn't want to interfere in matters that Ling Xiao could resolve. After that night of fighting, she understood that if Ling Xiao wanted to grow, she had to do as little as possible. Unless it was an opponent stronger than Ling Xiao, such as a Yin-Yang realm expert. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had come to Ling Yu's courtyard. Everyone knew that he was Dragon King Tian and a friend of the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan, so no one dared to stop him. Thus, Ling Xiao arrived at a pavilion in the middle of a lake without any obstructions. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming weren't the only ones in the pavilion. There were also a few people with murderous intent. They should be the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall's branch. These people were all Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The strongest was the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. The weakest was the 1st Grotto Heaven Realm. When Ling Xiao saw them, they naturally saw him as well. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming's eyes were filled with shock and fear. The two of them had seen too much of Ling Xiao and naturally knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Especially that night. The two of them didn't even see Ling Xiao. In the end, one of them had his leg broken and the other lost an eye. Since that night, their fear of Ling Xiao had reached its peak. Chapter 1366. The expression of the 5 Poison Hall assassin as he looked at Ling Xiao was filled with fury. However, within that fury, there was also a strong sense of fear. They had already sent out 2 batches of assassins. In the end, they were all wiped out. The first batch consisted of 5 First Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, dozens of half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, and Feng Shidao. In the end, only Feng Shidao survived. The second batch consisted of 2 Grotto Heaven realm assassins who were good at disguising techniques. In the end, they were also wiped out. Before they died, they couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. This was not only a great humiliation, but also extremely terrifying. In the past, their branch had also sent out similar missions. A mere second Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was not a difficult task at all. Feng Shidao could handle it alone, but this time they had encountered huge trouble. The most terrifying thing was that this person had actually come to their door today. Ling Xiao had a faint smile on his face and did not release the slightest killing intent. However, his deep pupils and devilish smile still made many people present feel terrified. "Haha, you guys are really leisurely. You're here discussing how to deal with me again, right?" He actually sat on an empty chair and then took a sip of the wine. These guys really knew how to enjoy life. The wine and delicacies were all top quality goods. Isn't it good to eat and drink every day? Why do you have to fight and kill? You want to die? Finally, Ling Xiao suddenly erupted with a strong killing intent. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming suddenly stood up from their chairs, their faces pale with fright. "Ling Xiao, what do you want to do?" Jia Tianfeng was obviously a little flustered. His usual calm and confident appearance was completely gone. "What do I want to do? I taught you a lesson before to let you know the difficulties and retreat. I didn't expect you guys to be so stubborn. It seems that this artificial limb is pretty good. Which puppet master helped you make it? I can't tell whether it's real or fake from the outside. And you, Kongming, are your eyes blind, but is your heart blind as well? Peacock Huangzi was crippled because he provoked me. Don't tell me you want to follow in his footsteps." His tone became sharper and sharper, as if sword chi could be released from his mouth. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming could not help but shiver. The two of them were actually hiding behind the 5 Poison Hall branch assassins. They were trembling with fear as they looked at Ling Xiao. They had a strong feeling that Ling Xiao had come to kill them today. Moreover, he could make his move at any time. Ling Xiao was extremely dangerous right now. They could not afford to get close to him. Otherwise, they would be setting themselves on fire. "Ling Xiao, get this straight. I'm a member of the Righteous Alliance, and this is the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Do you dare to kill me here?" Jia Tianfeng suddenly shouted. His voice was very loud, but it was obvious that he was trying to sound tough. The 5 Poisons Hall assassins frowned. They had truly not imagined that Ling Xiao would strike such fear into the mighty successor of the Righteous Alliance. This was truly inconceivable. "And me, a member of the Peacock race. When you crippled Peacock Huang Z last time, our race could endure it, but if you keep doing it again and again, you know what the consequences will be." Kongming echoed Jia Tianfeng's words. In their view, this was Ling Yu's residence, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Ling Xiao couldn't possibly be as crazy as he was outside, right? "I've known all of this for a long time, but so what?" Ling Xiao scornfully said. "Do you think that I won't dare to touch you just because of this? How long has it been? Have you forgotten how celebrity Huangzi and Heavenly Rock Huangzi died? And on that night, I even killed Emperor Lord Fengming Wuliang's son, Fengming Heishan. Are you more respected than him? The Jia clan can't possibly endure losing a successor twice. You should understand that their revenge will be even more vicious than the Emperor Lord's." Jia Tianfeng emphasized each word, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't know of his important status in the Jia clan of the Righteous Alliance. He had to say this because he wanted Ling Xiao to know that behind him was the Jia clan of the Righteous Alliance. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would definitely kill him. Fear caused him to constantly find reasons for his survival. Even though he knew that Ling Xiao was a madman, he did everything according to his will. He was a lunatic who did everything based on his heart. When Ling Xiao first came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, he directly crippled Feng, Mingyu, and Feng Mingbo, the two noble descendants of the Ice Phoenix clan. And now, when he returned to the capital, he had killed the Emperor Lord's adopted son, Ji Mingxing, and the great Peng race's heavenly rock Huangzi. There was truly nothing to fear from this fellow. The only thing that Ling Xiao feared was that they also had a madman on their side. And so what? Ling Xiao disdainfully chuckled, looking down on Jia Tianfeng even more. As the saying went, one should bear the consequences of one's actions, but Jia Tianfeng wanted to drag his entire clan down with him. Ling Xiao, as long as you don't kill me today, we'll definitely mind our own business. How about it? Jia Tianfeng was truly on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao didn't seem to care about any sort of threat, so he could only plead. What a pity. If you had done this a little earlier, you might not have died. Of course, you would have had a chance to live today. Ling Xiao took a sip of wine as he indifferently said, "What chance?" Jia Tianfeng hastily asked, as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. "It's very simple. Tell me who ordered you to deal with me from behind the scenes. As long as you tell me, I'll immediately let you go and won't make any more trouble for you." Ling Xiao indifferently said, "How did you know?" No, there's no one ordering me from behind the scenes." In his excitement, Jia Tianfeng had let the cat out of the bag, and then he did his utmost to make up for it. Alas, the mistake of letting the cat out of the bag could not be made up for. "If you don't want to talk, then die." Ling Xiao slammed the wine cup on the table. The wine cup did not shatter, but the wine within instantly began to burn, the flames rising and drying up the cup. "Ling Xiao, you've gone crazy. This is Ling Yu's residence. Do you know what will happen if you attack me? You'll immediately be surrounded by countless righteous alliance martial artists, and then die here." Jia Tianfeng roared, his voice brimming with rage, but it was actually filled with fear. He was keenly aware that numbers could not frighten Ling Xiao. At Ji Mingxing's wedding, so many people had faced off against Ling Xiao, but in the end, all of them had ended up with miserable fates. Ling Xiao, this fellow, simply killed people without blinking an eye. The advantage in numbers seemed to be meaningless to him. But Jia Tianfeng thought about it again. After all, this was Ling Yu's residence, and he was confident that Ling Xiao would not be willing to attack here. The Righteous Alliance still had experts stationed in Ling Yu's residence. Perhaps Ling Xiao would choose to let him live out of fear of these people. But Ling Xiao continued to faintly smile, minding his own business as he continued to eat, as if he was intentionally tormenting Jia Tianfeng. He said he would kill, but he would not attack. He would not kill, but he would not let Jia Tianfeng go. Chapter 1367. At this time, more and more people gathered around. Ling Yu's courtyard was filled with famous people. Many of them were leaning on the railings as if they were watching a play. "I've heard that Ling Xiao is unmoved by force or persuasion. He's extremely crazy. I don't want to offend such a person." "That's right. It's best to stay away from such a madman. This boy doesn't seem to be afraid of anyone. He doesn't give face to anyone. He's simply arrogant to the extreme. What do you think Ling Xiao will do? Will he really dare to attack?" "I think he's just trying to scare Jia Tianfeng. If this was any other place, he might really dare to kill him. But this is Ling Yu's courtyard. Did you hear that? There are already people rushing over." "That's true. Ling Yu's courtyard is filled with experts. Even a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist wouldn't dare to cause trouble here." "That's right. I once saw a third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist cause trouble here. In the end, he was beaten to death. The crowd was talking. Although they all felt that Ling Xiao was crazy and terrifying, they all believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill Jia Tianfeng in a place like Ling Yu's courtyard. Kong Ming was standing beside Jia Tianfeng. He had a feeling that he had been tied to Jia Tianfeng's boat. If Jia Tianfeng was fine, then he would also be fine. If Jia Tianfeng died, then he would also be in danger. He quietly crushed a wax pill. This was a life-saving item given to him by the clan. As long as he crushed it, the clan would send experts to protect him. Although Ling Xiao was strong, he wasn't invincible. As long as he could survive today, he swore that he would stay in the clan and cultivate wholeheartedly. He would never come out to cause trouble again. It wouldn't be too late to find Ling Xiao for revenge after his cultivation had reached a certain level. The Longhu selection was a good opportunity. Jia Tianfeng heard the sound of distant footsteps, and a smile appeared on his face. Moreover, he seemed to be a little proud of himself. Although Ling Yu's courtyard didn't have any Yinyang realm martial artists, it still had several Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Otherwise, Ling Yu's courtyard would have already been destroyed. The sound of those footsteps came from the guards of Ling Yu's courtyard. Once those people arrived, the situation would completely reverse. He would no longer be the one begging Ling Xiao for mercy. At that time, it would be Ling Xiao begging him for mercy. With seeing Ling Xiao eating there, a sinister smile appeared on the face of one of the killers of the Five Poisons Hall. He had thought that Ling Xiao would be very difficult to deal with, but it turned out that the other assassins were incompetent. As long as he could poison Ling Xiao to death, not only would he be endlessly grateful to the Righteous Alliance and the Peacock Race, his status in the Five Poisons Hall branch would also soar. At that time, who would still dare to look down on him? He fantasized about having performed a great service and hugging a beautiful woman in each arm. But a moment later, his smile froze. Just when Ling Xiao was about to drink the poison wine, he suddenly exploded and poured it into the assassin's mouth. Moreover, he quickly tapped several of the assassin's acupuncture points and forced him to swallow the poison wine. This truly was a terrifying poison. The moment he drank the poisoned wine, the assassin began to bleed from his 7 orifices, and his body began to rapidly rot. There was no chance of saving him. How could this be? Before the assassin was poisoned to death, he hadn't been able to say a complete sentence. He had probably wanted to ask how Ling Xiao had been able to tell that the wine was poisoned. If that was the case, he would have been far too stupid. If Ling Xiao could be killed so easily, how could his companions have died? You people of the Five Poisons Hall's Divine Phoenix branch, so why are you in such a rush to die? We'll settle your accounts later. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the assassins of the Five Poisons Hall. In a little while, there would be even more exciting content. He was in no rush to deal with these assassins, but if they insisted on sending themselves to their deaths, he would not be polite. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. This Ling Xiao is truly too frightening. If he says he wants to kill, he'll kill. What in the world happened just now? What was that poison wine all about? You didn't even understand. The assassins of the Five Poisons Hall wanted to poison Ling Xiao to death, but in the end, they were killed instead. These assassins are also stupid. If Ling Xiao was so easy to kill, he would have died long ago. How could they have had a chance to act? There were still some discerning people in the crowd who could see what had happened. The atmosphere suddenly became even more tense. Although the one who had died was only a first Heavenly Passage realm assassin, but Ling Xiao had killed him in front of everyone else. This was no different from fiercely slapping the faces of the upper echelons of the Five Poisons Hall. Ling Xiao still said that he would deal with them next, What did he mean? In this world, how could there be such an arrogant and ignorant person? He dared to provoke an assassin organization. Did he want to die? However, he did not realize that even though Ling Xiao had not offended them, they still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, they did not show any mercy. Ling Xiao had casually killed an assassin, but his main target was still Jia Tianfeng. Are you very pleased with yourself? Suddenly, Ling Xiao asked a question that did not seem to have anything to do with killing. Jia Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "I admit that I am not your opponent. You can kill me at any time. But in the Lingyu courtyard, there is someone who can kill you." Sigh. Ling Xiao let out a long sigh and said, "I originally planned to give you a chance to atone for your crimes. But I did not expect that not only did you not cherish it, you even dared to turn around and threaten me? Unfortunately, it seems that you do not need this kind of opportunity." Ling Xiao, don't be so pretentious. Do you think that the people of the Lingyu courtyard are as useless as the reserve troops of the righteous divine guards? Perhaps you are not afraid of the advantage in numbers, but what if you are facing 5 people with the same cultivation as you? Jia Tianfeng sneered. Young Master Jia is not going to send out the Lingyu 5 dogs, right? The Lingyu 5 dogs were not scolding words, but representing the loyalty and ferocity of these 5 people. Apart from the boss of the Lingyu courtyard, the Lingyu 5 dogs were the most powerful people in the Lingyu courtyard. Each of them was at the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm, and they were adept at joint attacks. Not to mention Ling Xiao. Even if it was a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm or 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, they would not be afraid. Although they might not win, they would definitely not lose. Chapter 1368. I don't think so. You need the 5 dogs to kill Ling Xiao? The Lingyu courtyard has quite a few Grotto Heaven realm practitioners. If they join hands, they might be able to kill Ling Xiao, right? Those who said such words definitely did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao's fighting strength was on that rainy night. You can try. Ling Xiao smiled with his eyes narrowed. The reason why he did not immediately take action was because he wanted to wait for the big fish to take the bait. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, he did not see any expert appear. Instead, the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard popped out. It was really comical. He did not want to continue waiting. After dealing with Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, he still wanted to go back and continue cultivating. The stronger he cultivated the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art, the better. In this way, his chances of getting first place in the Longhu selection would be higher. Jia Tianfeng frowned. In theory, the people around him were enough to protect him and had the absolute ability to kill Ling Xiao. But in the end, he still did not dare to be certain. After all, Ling Xiao had broken everyone's imaginations time and time again. He had done many terrifying things that one could not judge. If one used common sense to judge Ling Xiao, the one who would suffer would be himself. Jia Tianfeng retreated, and the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard expressionlessly blocked in front of him. The 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard were naturally not afraid of Ling Xiao, because they did not know how powerful Ling Xiao was. They were only loyal dogs guarding the Lingyu courtyard. They did not know much about the outside world, and did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Looking at the wall of people in front of him, Jia Tianfeng calmed down the panic in his heart, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. Everyone from the 5 Poison Hall, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao killed your companions in front of your eyes. Could it be that you are going to let him be so arrogant? Since the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard were not confident, then with the addition of the assassins from the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch, it should be enough. This time, the person who came to discuss the assassination of Ling Xiao with Jia Tianfeng was a fourth-level Grotto Heaven Realm silver medalist assassin. Although he understood that Jia Tianfeng wanted to use them, he also felt that this was the best choice. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao now, he might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Since he had already accepted Jia Tianfeng's mission, it didn't matter where he went. "Young Master Jia, what's our reward after the deed is done?" "Don't worry, you'll definitely be paid properly." To Jia Tianfeng, money was nothing. What he wanted now was to keep his life. As long as he didn't die now, everything would be fine in the future. Even if the 5 Poison Hall branch demanded an exorbitant price, he would accept it. "All right, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, since you've come to die today, don't blame us." The people of the 5 Poisons Hall and the Divine Phoenix Branch Hall revealed sinister expressions. If he killed Ling Xiao, not only would he be able to earn a lot of money, he would also be able to avenge his own people. Why not? "I'm here to die. You'd better worry about your own matters." Ling Xiao's second goal in stalling for time was to wait for Cold Plum to complete the destruction of the 5 Poison Hall branch. He had already sensed that Cold Plum had arrived, bringing with her a strong stench of blood. The people of the 5 Poison Hall and the Divine Phoenix Branch Hall had not yet understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words, but several heads had already been thrown at their feet. "Hall Master! Vice Hall Master!" The assassins looked at the heads on the ground in horror. Of course, they recognized who they were. Those were the 2 strongest martial artists in their branch. The Hall Master's cultivation had reached the 8th Heavenly Grotto realm. The Vice Hall Master also had a 5th Heavenly Grotto realm cultivation. How could they die so easily? They turned their heads to look at the indifferent face of Cold Plum. "It's her. It's Ling Xiao's maid. How could she be so strong?" At this time, the hearts of the 5 Poison Hall assassins had already collapsed. They had completely lost the courage to fight. The 4th Heavenly Grotto realm assassin looked at Ling Xiao in panic and said, "Young hero Ling, this is all our fault, but we only took your money to eliminate your disaster. We didn't deliberately want to be your enemy. You've already killed our Hall Master and Vice Hall Master. This should be considered as venting your hatred, right? Can you let us go?" "What did you say just now?" Ling Xiao looked at the assassin with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "I think I heard what you said just now. You wanted to join forces with the 5 dogs to kill me, right?" The assassins looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. "Young hero Ling, we can swear that we will never attack you again. I believe that you don't want to make more enemies, right?" The 4th Heavenly Grotto realm assassin carefully said, "Make more enemies? What a joke. I've never offended your Dark God Hall before, but what did you do? Now you're saying that I've made more enemies?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "You're assassins. Since you've accepted someone else's mission, shouldn't you complete it?" "Ling Xiao, do you really want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with us?" Seeing that Ling Xiao wasn't willing to let them go, the assassin was somewhat furious. "So, what if we shed all pretenses of cordiality? You really think highly of yourself, right? I've even killed your Hall Master and Vice Hall Master. Do you really think that you're stronger than them?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I'll give you a chance. Kill yourselves collectively. At least you'll leave a complete corpse. If you let me do it, you won't be able to leave anything behind." "Kill." The 4th Heavenly Grotto realm assassin's face turned completely black. Since Ling Xiao wasn't willing to forgive them, they could only take action. 5 dogs of Ling Yu attacked together. Jia Tianfeng also gave the order. "Cold Plum, watch obediently from the side. Don't let anyone disturb my battle." Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly attacked with the Umbra Shadow Sword. At the same time, a huge black sword quickly formed above his head. Fuse! The fusion of the Dark Demon Sword and Umbra Shadow Sword produced a power stronger than the Dark Demon Sword alone. Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate his opponents. After all, among these opponents, there was a fourth Heavenly Grotto Realm assassin. He still had to be careful. A terrifying chill and evil aura suddenly spread throughout the pavilion. In the sky, a terrifying image of a heavenly demon appeared. Kill! Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. A terrifying image instantly enveloped all the enemies charging at him. What 5 dogs of Ling Yu? What 5 Poison Hall assassins? Under this sword, only the 4th Heavenly Grotto Realm Cultivator was left alive. Even this person was trembling in fear. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground. The key point was that the people who attacked just now died too miserably. That sword seemed to be enveloped by an incomparably terrifying dark energy. Even if the sword chi was blocked, it still couldn't stop the terrifying dark energy from invading. The dead people were like zombies covered in corpse poison. Moreover, their bodies were still in the process of rotting. You're not bad. To be able to block my sword, you're very powerful. Ling Xiao looked at the assassin in front of him and smiled. Chapter 1369. Devil! Devil! The assassin muttered to himself. He had already gone completely insane. How can someone with such poor mental fortitude be an assassin? In my opinion, the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall and the Divine Phoenix Hall are too useless. After saying this, Ling Xiao withdrew that evil aura and pointed a finger at the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm assassin. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation, it wasn't impossible for him to kill a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. But it shouldn't have been so easy. The problem lay in that terrifying dark demon sword of his. That evil aura combined with his powerful soul energy could corrode a person's heart. You won't even let off someone who's gone insane. What do you know? That's what great kindness is. Since he's gone insane, he should be killed to end his suffering. Lunatics and mental patients are the most dangerous existences in this world. After a long period of shock and fear, the crowd finally regained their composure. They looked at each other and started to talk amongst themselves. Ling Xiao paid no attention to the conversations of the crowd. Instead, he raised his foot and walked toward Jia Tianfeng. As for Kongming, that was secondary. After dealing with Jia Tianfeng, he would deal with Kongming. His step caused Jia Tianfeng to jump up like a startled rabbit. That artificial limb of his was truly nimble. There was no problem in using it at all. Ling Xiao, don't kill me. You can't kill me. The Righteous Alliance will definitely kill you. Do you think it's worth it? You're willing to sacrifice your life for a piece of trash like me? Jia Tianfeng admitted defeat. He was thoroughly terrified. Ling Yu, the 5 dogs, and the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall had all died to Ling Xiao's sword in an instant. Just how terrifying was this sword technique that made one's hair stand on end? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He only smiled coldly. He wanted Jia Tianfeng to die in fear. He had never felt the slightest bit of sympathy when dealing with his enemies. This was also the reason why his enemies feared him. Jia Tianfeng would never forget Jia Yun. Back then, Jia Yun had been too arrogant and conceited, resulting in Ling Xiao killing him. Although the current him was stronger than Jia Yun in all aspects of cultivation. However, Ling Xiao had also become stronger. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he try to assassinate Ling Xiao? Why did he do such a foolish thing? Wasn't it better to live well? Why did he have to take the lead? Right, Ling Xiao's words. As long as I reveal who's behind the scenes, I can live. No, I can't reveal. That person was 10 times more terrifying than Ling Xiao. If he said it out loud, he would definitely die. But what could he do now? Could he just wait for Ling to come and kill him? Just as he was feeling lost and hesitant, he suddenly heard Kongming's voice. Ling Xiao, I didn't bribe an assassin to kill you. Although I hate you, I can't do such a despicable thing. Jia Tianfeng pulled me along just to give me some courage. Jia Tianfeng looked at Kongming in disbelief. They had clearly agreed to shoulder the burden together. How could this guy betray him so easily in the end? Oh, then do you know who instructed Jia Tianfeng to hire assassins to kill me? I don't need a definite answer. You just need to tell me a clue, and I won't kill you. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked at Kongming with a smile. Kongming hesitated. Kongming, don't be stupid. If you tell me, we'll all die. Jia Tianfeng roared. Idiot, do you think we can live if you don't tell me? Kongming glanced at Jia Tianfeng in disdain. Although the mastermind was terrifying, he might be killed immediately if he didn't tell him now. Therefore, he had to tell him. Kongming, you have to think carefully. If you tell me, not only will you die, but your entire family might be destroyed. Jia Tianfeng said again. Kongming was stunned when he heard this. Jia Tianfeng, you mean to say that I won't touch your family? Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Jia Tianfeng and said, although you call yourself an orphan and were adopted by the Jia clan, I know that your surname is Dark Phoenix and that you are a member of the Dark Phoenix race. Your parents were killed by the Ice Phoenix race, but your grandmother is still alive. It was she who ordered you to infiltrate the Righteous Alliance and seek revenge. But you don't plan to deal with the Ice Phoenix race, and instead make an enemy out of me, a human from the Celestial Dragon continent. Not only have you failed to live up to your grandmother's high hopes, you've also implicated her. You madman! You can't touch my grandmother! Jia Tianfeng panicked. So, you're a filial child. Do you understand now? Whether you tell me or not, you'll die. But at the very least, I can guarantee that as long as you tell me, I can guarantee that your grandmother won't die. But if you don't tell me, the first person I'll kill will be her. Ling Xiao casually spoke, as if this was a very ordinary matter. Damn, this scoundrel is too despicable. He's using someone else's grandmother to threaten him. Despicable my ass. Wasn't Jia Tianfeng despicable when he found someone to assassinate Ling Xiao? Does a good person deserve to not be feared? That's right. If Ling Xiao was a good person, a kind-hearted person, then not only would Jia Tianfeng not die, he would continue to target him. That's true. Ling Xiao was able to live until today precisely because he doesn't have those hypocritical tears and piss, and he certainly doesn't have those pointless Virgin Mary complexes. There were still some people in the crowd who understood. Those who lived in the underworld naturally understood what sort of people lived the most easily and what sort of people died the quickest. Fine, I'll tell you everything. Jia Tianfeng was finally intimidated by Ling Xiao's evil aura. He planned to tell everything, and then leave it to the heavens. At the very least, Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Since he had said that he wouldn't harm his grandmother, he definitely wouldn't. Young Master Jia, there are some things that are better left unsaid. Otherwise, no one can help you. Just when Jia Tianfeng had almost completely given up and was about to tell everything to Ling Xiao, a cold voice came from the crowd. Then, a person slowly walked out. He was about 40 years old and dressed like a scholar. However, his body was emitting an intense killing intent. Ling Xiao slightly frowned. This person should be a Fourth Paradise Realm expert. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the assassin. There were many reasons why there was such a huge difference in strength between two people of the same cultivation level. Martial spirit, cultivation method, martial skill, paradise realm, all of these were possible. However, it was undeniable that cultivation level was not the only factor that measured a person's strength. Steward Jia. Ling Xiao naturally recognized this person. He was the person in charge of Ling Yu courtyard, Steward Jia. He usually didn't show up. Even if an emperor or a crown prince came, he might not appear. However, today, he had no choice but to appear. This was because Jia Tianfeng couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's threat, and was about to reveal a very troublesome matter. Seeing Steward Jia Tianfeng, who had originally been in complete despair and had planned to tell Ling Xiao everything, suddenly changed his expression. Uncle Jia, he used my grandmother to threaten me. I didn't want to say anything at all. Chapter 1370. Steward Jia nodded and indifferently said, I know. It's fine as long as you didn't say anything. As long as Jia Tianfeng did not say anything, he had not done anything wrong. After all, this was the successor of their righteous alliance, and he needed to be protected. Uncle Jia, Ling Xiao is already a second Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, but just now he was able to kill Ling Yu's 5 dogs and several assassins from the 5 Poisons Hall's Divine Phoenix branch in one strike. Don't underestimate him, Jia Tianfeng warned. I saw it. Steward Jia indifferently said, apparently unconcerned about this matter. This was because he could have killed that assassin from the 5 Poisons Hall in one strike, and he would have done it even more cleanly than Ling Xiao. To his left and right stood a pair of jade green beauties. They seemed to be twins, and they were both at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. Behind him, there were 7 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Some people were confused. Even 2nd Grotto Heaven realm martial artists like Ling Yu's 5 dogs were no match for Ling Xiao. So what was the use of 7 First Grotto Heaven realm martial artists? But those who often visited Ling Yu's courtyard were alarmed. Look carefully. Those 7 aren't people, but barbarian elephant warriors from the elephant race. Could it be them? Right, there's no mistake. These 7 fellows are the 7 sparring partners that have been following Steward Jia around. They're slaves that the Righteous Alliance purchased from the Celestial Dragon continent. Although they're first Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, they're born with divine strength and tough skin. Ordinary martial artists would probably need to reach the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm to kill them. Now that you mention it, I also remember that Manager Jia practiced his moves on them. Barbarian elephant warriors find cultivation extremely difficult, so the heavens have bestowed upon them powerful innate abilities. A first Grotto Heaven realm barbarian elephant warrior can spar with an ordinary 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, let alone 7 of them. They should be stronger than Ling Yu's 5 dogs, right? Isn't that obvious? Barbarian elephant warriors have formidable defenses, terrifying self-healing abilities, and boundless strength. If Ling Xiao really fought them, he would have no advantage. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know what a barbarian elephant warrior was, but he still had some understanding of the elephant race. In the northern part of the Sky Dragon continent, there was a barbarian elephant tribe. Although there were not many of them, they were extremely powerful. It was said that when the true Devil Empire wanted to capture this tribe, they also lost many powerful elite warriors. The Righteous Alliance was truly resourceful. It had even managed to obtain such a fierce warrior. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was in trouble this time, but with Cold Plum around, there was no need to be afraid. They looked at Cold Plum, who was standing at the periphery, but found that Cold Plum was nowhere to be seen. Only Ling Xiao knew where Cold Plum had gone. That scoundrel Kongming had actually managed to find reinforcements from the peacock race. Even more troublesome was that this reinforcements had the strength of a 9th Grotto Heaven realm expert. This was an elder of the peacock race, an absolute expert. Cold Plum was keenly aware that Ling Xiao was no match for this sort of person, so she had stopped him. It was over. Without Cold Plum here, Ling Xiao was doomed. How could Ling Xiao escape in this situation? The situation had been completely reversed in an instant. The crowd was also rather surprised. If Cold Plum was here, Ling Xiao would still be fine, but without Cold Plum, could Ling Xiao really be a match for Steward Jia, the Jade Sword Sisters, and the 7 barbarian elephants? You think that you'll be saved just because they're here? Ling Xiao had completely lost his patience. He coldly stared at Jia Tianfeng. Although he didn't attack, a claw made of interwoven shadows had gripped Jia Tianfeng's neck. And you managed to invite an elder of the peacock race to save you. Your face isn't small. Alas, by doing this, you'll not only kill yourself, you'll also kill him. After saying this to Jia Tianfeng, Ling Xiao turned to Kongming. Another claw made of interwoven shadows had gripped Kongming's neck. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming were both flabbergasted. They had never imagined that their clever actions would bring an even greater disaster upon themselves. Steward Jia's face darkened as he froze to the spot. He knew that if he took one more step, Jia Tianfeng would probably be killed by Ling Xiao. If that happened, Alliance Lord Jia would never let him go. Release him, and our righteous alliance will let bygones be bygones. Steward Jia coldly said, "Your words don't mean a thing." Ling Xiao didn't give Steward Jia any face. "You're just a watchdog raised by someone else. Since when did you have the right to decide the matters of the Jia family? If you invite old man Jia here and let him make the decision, I might really consider it. Of course, it's just a consideration. After all, your Jia family has no integrity to speak of." "Impudent!" Steward Jia roared. "You're the impudent one. A mere watchdog. How dare you speak to this king like that?" Ling Xiao also roared. "You seem to have forgotten that this king is Divine Phoenix Empire's Dragon King Tianlong. Even if you're a member of the Righteous Alliance, you're just a commoner. Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that?" The crowd was dumbfounded by these words. They had thought that with Steward Jia and those experts, Ling Xiao would at least try to find a way to reconcile. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. But who would have thought that not only did Ling Xiao have no intention of reconciling, he didn't give the other party any face at all. He actually intimidated the other party with his imposing manner. This fellow was really too daring. No wonder he was called the #1 madman of the younger generation. Steward Jia narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Dragon King Tianlong? Even if you're a true member of the imperial family, I'll still kill you, let alone a king with a different surname. Now, I'll give you a chance. Release young Master Jia. It's best if you know what's good for you. I've been the steward of Ling Yu courtyard for more than 10 years, and I've never seen anyone who dares to kill a member of our righteous alliance here." The smiling face with narrowed eyes was like a smiling wolf that could swallow the enemy at any time. Many people could feel the chill and terror behind these words. But Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. He slowly turned around and sat on a chair in the pavilion. Then he casually picked up a peanut and ate it. After swallowing it, he smiled. "Today, I'll let you see how a member of the Jia family dies in Lingyu courtyard. You're lucky to be able to see it with your own eyes." Arrogant enough. But do you really plan to do this? If you release young Master Jia, it's good for you, it's good for us. But if you don't release him and he loses a single hair, I'll tear you to shreds. Not only that, your friends and family will also die because of you. Steward Jia still had a smile on his face, but this smile was fake, like a smiling tiger. His voice was filled with intense dissatisfaction and brutal killing intent, as if he could strike at any time and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Chapter 1371. I know that Jia Tianfeng's life isn't enough to threaten you, but I also don't plan to use his life to threaten you. Now that you're here, he has no value. You will tell me who is manipulating you from behind the scenes. Ling Xiao proudly looked at Steward Jia. His words made everyone rub their ears, wondering if they had heard wrong. At this time, your life is in danger, yet you still dare to threaten him? Is there something wrong with your head? Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao. Oh, Ling Xiao, you're too conceited. I know what you're relying on. It's none other than that bodyguard of yours, Cold Plum, and Her Highness, the Moon Maiden. Alas, neither of them can help you today, so you should just give up on that idea. Steward Jia heartily laughed. He had dared to so brazenly threaten Ling Xiao precisely because he knew that Ling Xiao's two strongest helpers would not be able to come. Cold Plum was being held down by the old fogies of the peacock race. The Moon Maiden was being held back by the patriarchs of the peacock race and Great Peng race, as well as Alliance Lord Jia of the Righteous Alliance. This time, the Righteous Alliance, the peacock race, and the Great Peng race had joined forces precisely so that they could kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao did not die, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. In the future, Ling Xiao would definitely grow into an existence even more frightening than the Moon Maiden. When that time came, would they still have any chance of survival? Thus, they could not permit Ling Xiao to continue living. Absolutely not. At this time, Ling Xiao was a loner. Even if he had helpers, they would only be people like Long Chun and Shangguan Hong. And these people were not even as strong as Ling Xiao, so how much use could they be? Ling Xiao frowned. No wonder he had sensed the Moon Maiden's aura getting farther and farther away. She had been drawn away by the experts of those three clans. It seemed like he had been schemed against in his visit to Ling Yu's residence. But so what if it was a scheme? He had exhausted all his schemes, but he was still no match for strength. Ling Xiao had seen this clearly when he was in the northern desert city. If not for the Moon Maiden's eventual appearance, he would have definitely died at Timur, and Muda's hands. No matter how great his schemes were, he could only serve as a support. Strength was the key. Today, he was going to personally destroy these plans. Interesting. If I let Jia Tianfeng go, you really won't attack me? But there's one thing. Oh. You killed young Master Jia, and everyone around you will be buried with you. Manager Jia said sinisterly. Interesting. In other words, whether I release Jia Tianfeng or not, I may die in the end. And if I die, I have no way of knowing how you will deal with my friends and family. What a good plan. Although Ling Xiao was smiling, Jia Tianfeng and Kongming could feel the hand on their necks tightening. You truly are smart, but it's meaningless. No matter what decision you make today, you'll still die. Seeing that Ling Xiao had seen through their thoughts, Steward Jia decided to reveal his ferocious face, no longer hiding anything. Ha! Since that's the case, what else is there to say? Ling Xiao, swear that the Peacock race, the Great Peng race, and the Righteous Alliance will not rest in peace because of your actions. Ling Xiao's killing intent soared into the heavens, turning the white clouds pitch black. Finally, Ling Xiao had formally declared war on the Peacock race, the Great Peng race, and the Righteous Alliance. Arrogant. Try me if you dare. Steward Jia's face darkened. He had never seen someone as ignorant as Ling Xiao. Do you know Jia Tianfeng and Kongming? The two of you could have survived, but this man insisted on pushing the two of you onto the path of death. Everyone present heard that. Yes? A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. From the day he killed Jia Yun, crippled Kong He, and killed Peng Yu, the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, and Great Peng race were already like fire and water. After all, they were mortal enemies. It was just that the two sides had been restraining themselves all this time. But Jia Tianfeng and Kongming's repeated attempts to assassinate him had turned this restraint into a fierce battle. Today's battle was unavoidable. Starting today, in Divine Phoenix Empire, with Ling Xiao, there would be no Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, or Great Peng race. With those three clans, there would be no Ling Xiao. Stop! Steward Jia paled. He knew that Ling Xiao was truly about to attack. Stop! Do you really think that you can threaten me? Ling Xiao scornfully looked at Steward Jia and lightly snapped his fingers. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming's eyes immediately bulged. The two of them had been strangled in death, and they hadn't even had the chance to cry for help. Dead. They really were dead. Ling Xiao had actually killed Jia Tianfeng and Kongming right in front of Steward Jia. Last time, Ling Xiao had killed Jia Yun and Jia Lin and crippled Kong He. This time, he didn't do any worse than the last time. The crowd stared at the two limp corpses on the ground, panic on their faces. This was Ling Yu's residence, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. But the Righteous Alliance's young lord, Jia Tianfeng, had been killed here. How ironic was this? If Jia Tianfeng had not offended Ling Xiao, then given his talent and aptitude, he would have been able to become a tyrant, at the very least, a qualified Righteous Alliance lord. Alas, not only had he offended Ling Xiao, he had even sent assassins to assassinate Ling Xiao. Even more speechless was that his foolish uncle Jia, Steward Jia, had dared to use Ling Xiao's family and friends as a threat. To Ling Xiao, family and friends were his reverse scale. Steward Jia stood there, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Even with him present, Jia Tianfeng had still been killed. Would Alliance Lord Jia let him go? He truly didn't dare to think about this matter. His heart was trembling. How could he save himself? Yes, if he killed Ling Xiao and brought Ling Xiao's head to the Alliance Lord, he might be able to save his own life. He had committed far too grave a mistake today. He had never imagined that Ling Xiao would still dare to act so arrogantly after losing the help of the Moon Lady and Cold Plum. Just what was he relying on? No matter what he was relying on, Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. He swore. Very angry, right? Very confused, right? Ling Xiao continued to smile at Steward Jia. All of you are truly stupid. Do you think I don't know where my friend Cold Plum has gone? Do you think I don't know where my big sister Moon Lady has gone? It's true that they don't have the time to help me, but there's really no need for the two of them to do anything with just a few rotten fish like you. I alone am enough. I'll definitely kill you. Steward Jia didn't even hear Ling Xiao's words. He only knew that if Ling Xiao didn't die today, he would die. A terrifying, murderous aura erupted as Steward Jia's figure flashed and charged towards Ling Xiao with an extremely terrifying speed and brutal strength. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally put down his wine cup and stood up. Chapter 1372. Looking at Steward Jia's figure, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with intense coldness and killing intent. This person was just a watchdog of the Jia family, yet he wanted to kill his entire family, kill all of his friends and relatives. Could he endure it? No. He didn't want to wait until the other party killed his friends before taking revenge. By then, it would be too late. Therefore, he had to strike first. Both of them possessed incomparably powerful killing intent and hatred. Neither of them wanted to see the other alive. This battle was unavoidable. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but avoid it, afraid that they would be implicated. About a few hundred meters away from the pavilion, the crown prince, Feng Yinshan, who had just arrived at Ling Yu's courtyard, sat on a wooden chair. Standing beside him was Ming Jin and Feng Yanran. I'm still too late. Although Feng Yinshan said this, a smile appeared on his face. The more eye-catching Ling Xiao was, the better it would be for him. At that time, no one would notice what he was doing. The most stupid thing about Feng Ming Wuliang was that he had provoked a madman like Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had no time to care about his development with Feng Ming Qishan. This was definitely a good thing for him, because his opponent might only be Feng Ming Qishan. Cousin, aren't you going to help him? Although Feng Yanran wanted to distance herself from Ling Xiao, she couldn't bear to see Ling Xiao be killed. There's no need. Don't you know Ling Xiao's abilities? You were watching what happened that night. Feng Yinshan said indifferently, let's wait and see. If necessary, this king will definitely take action. After all, he is a very important ally of mine. Feng Yanran opened her mouth, then suddenly sighed and sat down. She looked at the battle that was about to erupt in the distance with a complicated expression. 7 barbarian elephants. Trap him. Don't let him escape, but don't kill him either. I want to turn this guy into a human swine and make him suffer forever. Steward Jia revealed his ferocious expression. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, he also wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer the most painful torture in the world. You two attack together. Although Manager Jia was enraged, he was fully aware of Ling Xiao's craftiness and valiance. He was originally going to attack Ling Xiao in a fit of rage, but he forced himself to stop and ordered his 9 subordinates to attack together. They were 2 beautiful sisters at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. 7 Grotto Heaven realm barbarian elephant warriors. In addition, he was a powerful 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He didn't believe that such a lineup couldn't kill Ling Xiao. With such a lineup, there would be no accidents. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the 7 tall and mighty barbarian elephant warriors, as well as the 2 sisters who were as delicate and charming as jade, but their eyes were filled with ferocity. His cold gaze flickered. Within his body, the domain elemental energy was continuously condensing. These people were indeed much more powerful than the group of good-for-nothings from before. Perhaps he would have to use the move he had just comprehended. Taking a deep breath, a huge black sword hovered above his head once more. His hand was still tightly gripping the Umbra Shadow Sword. Fuse. The 2 swords merged into one. The Umbra Shadow Sword instantly exuded an extremely terrifying evil aura. It spread everywhere, as if the evilest thing in the world had gathered. Everyone has the right to kill evil. Manager Jia frowned. He weighed the power of Ling Xiao's move and judged that he should be able to block it. Even if the 7 barbarian elephants joined forces, they would be able to block this move. Therefore, he was relieved. This move should be Ling Xiao's strongest move. In this way, Ling Xiao would definitely die. However, this evil and terrifying aura still caused the twin sisters to slow down for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. They still had the ability to deal with the current Ling Xiao. However, if they allowed this kid to continue growing, they wouldn't have the ability to deal with him in the future. Therefore, this person must die. Perfect combination sword. Kill. The 2 girls combined their swords, and a terrifying pressure quickly rose. The entire pavilion suddenly trembled, and creaking sounds could be heard as if it could collapse at any time. The lake water under the pavilion was also crazily swirling, filled with uneasiness. Crack! The 7 barbarian elephants actually tore the pavilion down from the lake and held it in their hands. These barbarian elephant warriors, who were about 3 meters tall on average, were really strong. Are you trying to trap me? Aren't you afraid of restricting your own combat strength? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. He felt that Manager Jia had actually given a very stupid order. If the 7 barbarian elephants attacked him together with the twins, it might have worked. However, Manager Jia thought that he was going to run, so he let the 7 barbarian elephants trap him. This actually suppressed the 7 barbarian elephants' combat strength. Would Ling Xiao run? Of course not. At least not now, because at this moment no one here could kill him, so there was no need for him to run. He was waiting for the moment when the twins approached. However, Manager Jia was quite cunning. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stood outside the pavilion, condensing his domain of origin energy, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Forget it, I'll kill your subordinates first. It won't be too late to kill you later. Ling Xiao glanced at Manager Jia. He couldn't be anxious when dealing with such a cunning fellow. The more anxious he was, the further away the situation would be from his thoughts. The resplendent sword light was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. The glaring light made many warriors unable to open their eyes. The power of the twins working together was really not to be underestimated. However, Ling Xiao did not dodge. Dark Sword Domain. The Sword Domain unfolded. This was the first step. The surrounding 10 meters were covered in pitch-black darkness. Then, a bright moon appeared behind Ling Xiao. The surroundings were filled with chaotic darkness. Using the mountain and river martial spirit in the sword domain combined with one's moves was usually very difficult to be seen through and discovered. In the darkness, the Devil Sword's power would also be stronger. This was the reason why Ling Xiao released the Dark Sword Domain. People looked at this pitch-black paradise and felt some fear in their hearts. It's really terrifying. This Ling Xiao is simply a devil god descending to the world. But isn't the devil race a race outside the mystic world? Who knows? It's probably because he's cultivating some kind of evil cultivation method. It's really terrifying. Everyone was in a state of panic and restlessness. Warriors with slightly weaker cultivation had already fainted after being invaded by that terrifying aura. They had nightmares one after another. Therefore, in the mystic world, even if you wanted to watch the show, you had to have the ability. If you didn't have that ability, you would probably be implicated while watching the show. All of you deserve to die. Dark Devil Sword, Heavenly Devil Extermination. The Heavenly Devil Destruction art combined with the Dark Devil Sword. This was his first actual combat attempt. In that instant, pitch-black darkness enveloped everyone's hearts. Even many warriors couldn't see their fingers in front of them